Alright, gonna make sure this is live before I go any further here. Yes. So this looks to be live for May 13th, 2025 for Tuesday, Saturday once again. But yes. Hello. It's a Sensor Gambino here with a new stream. And this stream, I'm gonna be going over the event week for this week in Grand Theft Auto Online. And this time, going over to title right away, there's 2 times money and RP on the data leaks. Data leaks, whatever. Which is like that Dr. Dre, like, mission strand thing, basically, with like all the cutscenes and all that stuff. Sadly, you cannot skip the cutscenes on the subsequent playthroughs. You will have to watch those like every single time. Just be aware that if you do decide to play through these, which could, I imagine, turn people off from playing that, unfortunately. I say unfortunately because this actually is a very good money opportunity, actually. It's kind of like OG Kyle Perico days where you could get like, or not really OG Kyle Perico days per se, but it's comparable to OG Kyle Perico days at least, where it would be $1 million, but it would be more towards 2 hours. I think instead of like 1 hour, I think, of content. If you grind it efficiently with speedrun strats and everything. But on 2 times, it's actually like 2 million instead, which makes it a lot more worth being more towards like a 2 hour thing of content to grind. Which actually kind of would make it like a Caprico heist kind of back in days or something, perhaps. On this 2 times, particularly in a sense. So this does pay pretty good for the data leaks. So I would highly recommend playing that, no doubt. But if that's not really your forte, then there is 2 times money and RP on security contracts, which does have a unique purpose as well, considering you might not have 201 security contracts complete. For those wondering, if you do 201 security contracts, we'll keep mentioning those numbers there. If you do 201 security contracts, you actually get the maximum payout for like the safe or your safe income, basically, which is 20k per 48 minutes. Which is definitely a pretty sizable amount. Not compared to what it was with it being like 50k for a small time, I believe, before they ended like putting it down to 20k. Like, I think there was a small moment in time where you could get like 50k for like 501 security contracts. But then they removed that outright, and then they made it like 20k at most for 221 security contracts. Yeah, that's nowhere near as good as that, but it's still pretty decent considering that that's money you get just by playing the game and doing nothing. Basically, you could literally just sit around doing nothing in the game and you still get that money. And once you get that 201 security contracts, you get that money for good, basically, each moment, which is definitely nice, especially if you're just fooling around in free mode or something, not necessarily looking to make the most money. So security contracts pretty good for that. And on 2 times, the security contracts, don't those make like upwards of like 80, 90k on 2 times, I want to say? I believe so, which is pretty good. Kind of depends on the difficulty as well. There's like the professional difficulty, which I believe is actually the worst difficulty. Isn't that like... That might even be like 40k. That might even be like the least one, actually. So you might make like 80, 90k as like a general amount. I forget if you make like low 6-digit amounts on security contracts sometimes or not, depending on if it's like highest difficulty. But yeah, I believe they outcost the client jobs, which are known to pay like 30k, which I kind of brought up during one those are 2 times. So, like, they used to be pretty good, aside for 2 times. But yeah, like security contracts and like bettering those, I believe. But security contracts, I think, do pay like 40k or so, like normally. So 80, 90K could be like the standard amount. It might even get to like 100-ish, 100, like 20K-ish maybe at most for two times. Again, depending on like difficulty, the kind it is and whatnot as well, kind of. And then, yeah, besides for professional difficulty, there's specialist difficulty as well. I believe every single one could be specialist difficulty as well. And then the highest difficulty, I believe it's actually only on two types of them, and I believe they involve the ones where you take stuff back to your agency or something. So that might be like like the vehicle stealing ones where you have to like deliver a vehicle or something. And then there's also the one where you have to like go into the strip club and stuff sometimes and get like a certain item, like the valuable, whatever. I think only those two actually get the specials plus difficulty, if I remember correctly. And those actually give you the most money. Now, for security contracts, you actually have the option of doing it on the phone, but I don't recommend doing it that way since you get a random one each time. If you actually go over to the computer in your agency, you can actually choose between three different security contracts. And there you can actually see like what difficulty you'll get and whatnot as well. So of course I'll suggest spawning at the agency if you do that method of doing it. Which again I do very much recommend that way over the calling Franklin on the phone where it will just give you some random one where you don't really know what the difficulty is until you actually get it. Which yeah, if you do it that way, you might just be able to re-lobby to invite only, which might work fine, but I think it would just be better to go to agency, just having three different options. Make sure you always have something that might be worthwhile to do. Or even then, let's say you get free professional difficulty, like security contracts, you can at least choose which one it is. And yeah, for different types of security contracts, again, there's the vehicle one, like the valuable one I mentioned, which are the only two I believe you can actually get on the specials plus difficulty. There's like a destroying assets one, I believe, where you like destroy certain assets in like interior or whatever. Not a terrible one there. There's an opposite one of that. That's considered to be the worst security contract, I believe, for sure. That's known as asset protection. Where instead of, yeah, destroying the assets, you protect them. However, you get paid off the, however, yes, you do get paid off the amount of assets remaining, so yeah, you actually can lose pay on that one if you get assets destroyed on the asset protection, whatever, so that one just don't do. I've only done it one time and it was pretty eh. Also lasts like 10 to 15 minutes, like guaranteed, so you have a minimum time it takes to do as well. So not only can you lose money on that, it takes a long time basically to like complete that particular one, and you cannot just complete off your own pace since it lasts like 10 minutes or so at least, if I remember right. Literally, all the other five are way better to do than asset protection. There was one that was taken out in the game, I believe, for the longest time because there was glitches with it, but I believe they were all fixed, I believe, for the glitches with the mission. And that was game termination, which yeah, I think game termination, aside for asset protection, is probably going to be one of the worst ones. But I mean, it's still pretty doable now that they fixed all the glitches and issues with it. So I think it's still a fine one. So if you have nothing better to do, which you'll always probably have some kind of better one obviously since you can have up to three of them on the laptop. Or not the laptop, but the computer, basically. It can be a fine option if for some reason you get asset protection, you have some other one you need. And, and yeah, you get some other one you don't necessarily care for. And last but not least, you have I think you have to like rescue a target or something from like some enemies, and then you pick them up in like your super carbon in like your super carbon, whatever you take over there. Basically, but yeah, the super carbon I mentioned, since you can actually spawn that for free at the agency. Pretty sure, from what I remember. But yeah, you take out a bunch of people in your room. You basically deliver somebody to like a certain safe house that Franklin owns or something. Yeah, I think that's the last of those 6 that I didn't mention yet. See, I think there's only 6 types of security contracts. So really the worst ones are especially asset protection, kind of gain termination. Other 4 are pretty fine, especially the 2 with specialists plus if you get them on specialists plus. So hopefully that's a good breakdown of like which ones to kind of do and whatnot. Besides for that, I don't think I have too much to mention. I think I provide some pretty good details for security contracts. That's a grind I'm very familiar with for sure, since I have the 20k per 48 minutes set up for the safe, of course, like I've mentioned and suggested pretty much. And obviously we'll need an agency to play those contents, by the way, since they are tied to contract DLC, as it kind of lists below. But those are 2 very damn good money opportunities on 2 times, so I think it's a very worthwhile property pickup. Especially security contracts, I think is worthwhile, but Dr. Dre on 2 million is definitely fine as well. Even if the cutscenes might get repetitive on it or something. Alright, and then you have the gun van claim for free on here, basically. Yeah, there's a couple things to actually get for free with the gun van right now. Been the compact grenade launcher and RPG. Compact grenade launcher is that little handheld grenade launcher you can use on like boats and motorcycles, basically. Pretty good weapon, technically, especially on like a bike. I'd say using a compact grenade launcher on a bike is the best use. Yes, the best use you will get out of that. And then RPG. Yeah, RPG, rocket propelled grenade. It's not the homing one, obviously, but the non-homing one's pretty good and even does more damage in some cases than the homing launcher, as long as you can actually hit your shot. So it is pretty good. Compact grenade launcher can even set up with a certain ammo glitch in the game, technically, where whatever other grenade launcher you're not using, so in this case, if you want to use your compact grenade launcher, put your regular grenade launcher with full ammo in the gun locker. I think it will basically refill all your grenades each time you go to another lobby, or you start up some mission for like quick job you might even be able to do and just undo that, and you might be able to even get your ammo back for all I know. But honestly, with all the shitty ammo glitches that remove your ammo in the game, I do not condone or go against that like option whatsoever. So that's why I do tend to bring up ammo glitches, since the game does tend to take your ammo randomly anyways in the game. which could make the compact which yes could make the compact grenade launcher a lot more viable than having to like spend a lot of money on like another explosive weapon for the ammo. And yeah, I find it interesting. I don't know. They probably just showed a railgun with the gun van just for promotional material for the gun van. They probably don't have much for that, I'm guessing, for the gun van contents. Instead of actually having an image of the weapons you actually get for free, but whatever. But it's also ironic, too, because the railgun's actually a pretty good explosive weapon, too, because you can just buy the ammo for $1,000 for an ammo box from 0 to nothing every time. So quite a couple good explosive weapons though you can get for free though. Talking about the topic at hand for the compact grenade launcher and the RPG. Especially that compact grenade launcher, since you can get the ammo for free basically, like I mentioned. If you have your other grenade launcher set up in the gun locker or whatever, like I was mentioning. Now you can also do the other way as well, by the way, where you can have the regular grenade launcher, of course, and then you have the compact in the gun locker instead, by the way, since they share the same ammo type. Just to be clear with that. But yeah. But yeah, definitely nice that they're giving some explosive weapons for free. Definitely a good time to pick those up if you do not yet have them. And if you don't have at least one of those, what are you doing, honestly? And then, yeah, 30% off apparently for a money tech upgrades thing right now. Again, that will be content that also requires your agency property. Or at least it does on the 8th gen consoles, it does. So for PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC Legacy, you will need the agency for that content. Whereas on 9th gen, you might have the premium, like, plus property, whatever, that, like, Club Garage, whatever, that allows you to do the, like, Amani Tech, I believe, as well. Alright, but yes, yeah, I kind of want to make sure on the newswire, make sure it's all the Mindtech upgrades, like it's kind of suggesting or whatever, kind of by the way here. But yes. Doesn't really say it's just like remote control unit or anything, so I assume it includes the lock-on jammers. Very good, actually, especially with this update where they added a bunch more like possible options to get with the missile lock-on jammer. Now, yeah, it depends on the vehicle. Some vehicles have access to missile lock-on jammer remote control unit. Might even have access to like armor plating and other kinds of stuff that might also be included for this 30% off. Especially the initial contract DLC batch are the most feature rich they tend to be, so those are probably the most worthwhile ones to take advantage of 30% off. Then as they get down for later DLCs, it kind of like stripped features that later on. Nowadays you have like the most basic Minetech vehicles of this literal latest Agent Sabotage DLC where the only thing in Minetech about them is they only have the missile lock-on jammer as an option. They don't even have the remote control units nowadays. Again, for like a bunch of the ones they add back from like vehicle websites. By the way, the ones I'm kind of speaking of, like, for example, the Sterling GT and that HSW vehicle, the one HSW vehicle they basically removed from like San Andreas Mercenaries until Agents Sabotage again here, where it's back on the vehicle website. And that only has a lock-on jammer, not even a remote control unit. So it's kind of all over the place sometimes with the vehicles, but yeah. Depending on like how much Mindtech features they have, it will be more or less worth it for the 30% off. But all of Mindtech features are pretty good, so that's a very damn good 30% off discount set of stuff to have. So definitely will be a good time to modify certain vehicles. And like lock and chambers, I think for example, are usually 400k, which is kind of costly, so 30% off. Makes it under 300k, I believe, for like a lock and chamber right now, which is definitely very good. I was about to say like 200-ish K, but that would have been 50% off. But yeah, it's only 30% off, it looks like. So yeah, it's a little under like 300k or something, I think, for like lock-on jammers, for example, right now. And then what's new here, apparently? Yeah, I'll go into that menu, I think. No. Yeah, kind of plus stuff, apparently. I think there's like a couple more weeks. I think there's a couple more weeks after this event still for those, basically, including that long ongoing like plus classics collection, that kind of extra little thing going on to May 28th as well. And then apparently, if you complete the finale one time, you'll also do the wiki challenge for the extra $100,000. So yeah. Wiki challenge is apparently completing the finale for the data leaks, and that will get you 100,000 in addition to like the 2 million or so you get. So that would be pretty good for the one time, I guess, at least to do. And then for luxury autos, apparently one vehicle there will include a Granger for 600 LX SUV for 30% off. Now this one's actually an Amani Tech SUV. I think they throw it in here too because it is a vehicle used in the missions. But yeah, that vehicle has armor plating, again being an initial contract DLC, batch being one of the more feature-rich Amani Tech vehicles of the game. So it's armor plated. It's not electric though. So it's not the most armor plated. None of the contract DLC batch are the most armor plated since they're not electric. And those actually are the most armor plated for those. But still, it's decent explosive resistance regardless, especially if combined with missile lock-on jammer, as I pretty much said earlier. It comes with Boris glass. It's not an upgrade. It actually already comes with Boris glass for that one, which is pretty good. So, for example, each window could take like 16 pistol rounds, 16 like assault rifle rounds, etc., etc., etc. It's not always 16. Like snipers, for example, I think can take less shots for those. FMJ rounds, for example, and can instantly destroy the Boris glass for those purple magazine rounds for like the Mark II weapons. All depends on like the type of weapon you use for how much use you'll get out of that, I guess. So while it's not the best feature for Monitech for the Boris glass, it's still nice to have regardless. Being initial contract DLC batch at Gringer for 600 LX does have the front mounted machine guns, I believe, on it as well. as well. So it does have not Boris glass. I said that earlier. I meant to say the front mounted machine guns, of course. So if you don't want to use like a sidearm and destroy one of your like Boris glass vehicles where you could actually technically get shot easier there for that one little small window that you'll break when you do that. You do have front mounted machine guns for that time at least. Which yeah, front mounted machine guns are pretty much never explosive aside for certain planes and stuff. So yeah, they're not explosive obviously. I don't know if they'll necessarily be pea shooters. They might not be the weakest front mounted machine guns in the game for sure, but they're not exactly the most powerful thing, obviously, to use. So we'll have sidearms like throwables. Obviously, that will be better to use, basically, in certain circumstances. Mine tech vehicles do have the option for slick mines, I'm pretty sure, which is not anywhere near the greatest mine type, but I mean, at least it does have some kind of mine to use. Slick mines will always spin vehicles out if there's a vehicle trying to chase after you, pretty much, or something. Which is not a terrible thing to have, basically. And then for that particular vehicle, would I recommend the missile lock-on jammer or remote control unit? Really, it's an SUV, so it's not the quickest. So I honestly do kind of think the missile lock-on jammer will be the better option on that one. However, since the Granger 3600 LX does have access to the remote control unit, it could be a good option if you want to differentiate it from all the different ones that only have the missile lock-on jammer, like I said earlier. With the latest Agents of Sabotage DLC batch that for the most part pretty much just has the missile lock-on jammer. But yeah, you can actually use front-mounted machine guns when you're in the remote control unit using it as an RC personal vehicle, by the way, so contract DLC batch, since it can actually use the like front-mounted machine guns when you're not actually driving the vehicle, is actually pretty decent option. It can be a decent option for a remote control unit as well if you wanted it to be. However, the unique feature One of the more unique features of the Greenhofer 600LX compared to other Minetech vehicles is it is an 8-seater vehicle, which means you could have 8 people on the same vehicle with a lock-on jammer. That's pretty huge. So it's kind of hard to not recommend the lock-on jammer on the Greenhofer 600LX for that reason. In addition to being a slower SUV, so it kind of probably will need the lock-on jammer compared to the remote control unit if you're planning on driving it and not using it as like RC personal vehicle oftentimes. So definitely some stuff to keep in mind there for that vehicle. Figure since I mentioned it, I would just say everything about it. And yeah, it has a lot of features to it for like a money tech and stuff. I don't think I'll go over performance on that one since, quite frankly, it's not going to perform that great for the SUV class. Let's be real here. Let's be real here. And then 2 times on the security contracts. I think I pretty much said anything I wanted to about that pretty much already on this video. Just 2 times money in RP apparently for Double Down, which is a returning adversary mode for the week. And it will apparently be the featured series, so if you go in like the pause menu, it will be the like Rockstar icon, I believe, in like Legion Square or whatever. But yeah, this is the adversary mode that features both Franklin and Lamar. Not to be confused with the Hunchback Get Lamar that came out like a couple weeks ago or whatever. It's the one that came out back in the contract DLC. That again features both Franklin and Lamar, and you actually play with this. You actually play as those two. And aside for that, you have the attacker team. Basically, you do have the attacker team. Now, this is probably one of the most unbalanced adversary modes in the game, I'll be honest here, since attackers only have access to, I believe, double barrel shotgun, I believe, which is not a very good weapon at all. Especially since you have to fire both rounds at the same time each time you use it in this game. It's not like the first Red Dead Redemption at least, where you have like the gimmick where you can like tap or double tap the trigger or whatever to use just one or like both bullets or whatever. At least in the first Red Dead Redemption, it's like that. I'm not sure about Red Dead Redemption 2, even I'll be honest. But I wouldn't doubt it works like that in that one as well. For the better way it works for the double barrel shotgun. But yes, yes. Falcon. Falcon. But yeah, Franklin Mar team is the team that has like a lot better weaponry that can actually lock on at far ranges and stuff. So yeah, it's a pretty unbalanced adversary mode, I'll be honest. So yeah, most likely 9 times out of 10, I would say the Franklin Mar team is most likely going to win. At least in auto aim assisted aim. If you want the most fun in this mode, you want to play in free aim, as a matter of fact, so that way the other team actually has a shot. If you want to play like with the teams actually being balanced, and I suggest playing in free aim for this mode. But yeah, it's just an adversary mode anyways, though, and those pay out based on the amount of time, like how many players, kind of how the game mode just generally plays out can play into like the amount of time with the features of each different mode and all that kind of stuff, etc., etc., etc. Honestly, like I was kind of saying, unless you play free game, you're going to have one team that dominates over the other pretty much. I would say 9 times out of 10, most likely, most likely, most likely. So honestly, this could be maybe a quicker adversary mode, possibly. I forget how it plays out, if there's like a set amount of time it lasts or something regardless, and not like a life system or something, unless of course it's the other team with Franklin and Mara that do only have one life, I'm pretty sure. But honestly, no matter adversary mode, no matter amount of times, if it would, you don't really tend to make more than like a couple $100,000. Feel you really do not tend to make more than a couple $100,000 though. I feel no matter what though on an adversary mode, like amount of times or whatever. So really, that's nothing compared to the security contracts and the finale mission for the data leaks, basically for the Dr. Dre content that gets you to $2 million on 2 times. So yeah, it's peanuts compared to the other stuff I would say on 2 times, to be completely honest. Given you have to go into separate lobbies, which yeah, you kind of do for the data leaks, to be fair, but yeah, at least that pays $2 million though. At least, yes, that does pay $2 million for that though. And then yeah, I think there's 7 maps for Double Down. I know there's one map that's a little different at least, where if you have like Sanchez dirt bikes or something on like one of them that kind of mimics the certain infamous mission of Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, kind of where it's like the one mission where you have to attack the people on like the train, basically. Fucking god damn it, I'm trying to think of what it's called, but my hernia's being kind of a bitch or something right now, so I can't think the most right now. But it's like all you have to do is follow the damn train, CJ, in that mission. Kind of just one that mimics that, which they kind of actually have an image with the train there with Double Down. There's at least one map that works like that. That's more unique, I would say, compared to the other maps. Which might be the funnest map to play, actually, if you're actually playing it on assisted aim and not the free aim, perhaps. I'm not too sure, honestly, there, but regardless, again, if you want the most balanced fun in the game mode, play on free aim, I suggest. That way both teams actually have a shot if you want to play it like that, and not for dominating, getting the most money possible if you get lucky and get Franco Lamar or whatever. And then, yeah. Yeah. Rockstar vaults modes and content stuff like crazy nowadays, so don't expect to be around after this week, of course. Once next week turns around, it'll probably vault in this mode, of course, like per usual nowadays. So just keep that in mind. Just definitely keep that one in mind. I would say. And the rest of it just seems to be the Osterguzman Guzman flies away, or not away, but flies again. flies again. I mean. And then the day one of Agents of Sabotage, just talking about the general stuff, those kind of contents. As for heists, nothing much going on there, I would say, really, for those. They did the OG heist, of course, back in last month, basically. I meant, of course, last month they did those, of course. So yeah, not surprised there, obviously. Plus $2 million for this thing is kind of a heist in a way, kind of not, obviously, but yeah, comparable payouts to what you could get in a heist, anyways, for that money opportunity. Yeah, I meant more like payout wise rather than like actual content wise, of course. But yeah, yes. For career progression, I believe there's security contract stuff, obviously, for the contract tier 4. Contract tier 4 is also one of the more interesting tier 4s, as the Yuga Custom, which is the only way to get to Yuga Custom in the whole game. for legitimate means, of course, for the like weed ban that was used in the like Hunting Pack at Lamar that came out a couple weeks ago. Whatever. Adversary mode tier 4, of course, could be good with double down, basically, for example, to get a little more out of that, since evolving is like crazy for that nowadays. Nowadays. If you do not yet have double down entered, because I believe it only counts each mode like a single time for like one of the objectives, anyways. Anyways. So I have nothing much coming to mind, I feel, right now when it comes to what else could be worth it for tier 4, really. Join free mode, I'll do, of course, free invite only once I get to single player. once I get to single player, yes, indeed. Alright, yeah. But yeah, as a reminder, the mobile platforms do have access to Bully now for the Plus subscription. Literally, I do suggest playing it any other way, though, since that version's made by gross shit games, basically. yes. Fuck ass Sarnia, come on. But yeah, you heard that right, though. Mobile versions are made by Grove Street Games, Grove Shit Games, basically the ones that made the Trilogy Definitive Edition, quote-unquote Definitive Edition, the Defective Edition that Video Games Deluxe had to fix, I believe is what they were called, or whatever, and that ended up fixing the Trilogy Definitive Edition like last year, which I didn't go over too much, but yeah, they did do that last year. I don't know if I necessarily felt like making something over that, since they should have came out in a polished state in the first place, but yeah. So if you have literally no better way of playing the game, basically, then I would suggest doing that, but yeah. If you have the subscription, you have a 9th-gen console, basically, or PC enhanced, so you should have a better way of playing them regardless, if you're doing it for the subscription. Or otherwise, there's a reminder that there are mobile versions of that game that exist if you have no better way of playing Bully. Bully's a very good game. I do suggest playing that. Especially Scholarship Edition on the PC or Xbox 360 or even the Wii if you have that version, I guess, even. Fucking. Wait, there's the OG Bully. There is the OG Bully that's only on PlayStation consoles, I believe, for PlayStation 2 initially, of course. Then PlayStation 3, 4, and 5 all got, like, a digital version of it, basically, for, like, backward compatibility, I guess you could say. The OG version doesn't have all the missions and doesn't have, like, all the classes, for example, whatnot. Fucking. Yeah, this one's actually known as the Bully Anniversary Edition, by the way, which technically I guess was the latest one they released. I think for this mobile one, technically was the latest version they ever released. Which actually is all the contents, just like the Scholarship Edition. So it has like all the missions, all the classes, just like the 360, the Wii, the PC Scholarship Edition. Fucking. So again, if you have no better option to play, I guess, especially for a Scholarship Edition, then it's maybe worth playing. So if you have just a PS5, for example, this actually could be kind of worth playing if you want to play the extra missions, extra classes, and whatnot. If you don't have like the PC version or the 360 Wii version. But otherwise, it's just avoiding it for the most part. I'll be honest. And yeah, it didn't show up, I think, last time on the menu here for me, so that's why I'm going over it, by the way, now, basically. But yes, that did not show up for me on the menu, I think, last time when I did a stream, so I figured I'd mention it better way this time. Alright, now into story mode, so I can actually get freer, of course. Okay, so do I remember possibly what next personal aircraft I was wanting to do that I didn't probably use in like, or have in my hangar at all for like a while? I'm trying to remember. Maybe. Howard was a couple streams ago, I think. I think it was also one last time, wasn't it? I kind of forget. That I used last time, I thought. Maybe I'm wrong, though. Yeah, maybe that one was like a couple streams ago, even too, at this point. The Cuban 800 I haven't used recently, and I put that back in the I know. Raju, Akula, I've had those up for a while. Some Ultralight, Rogue, 6.5 Molotov, the Pyro. Yeah, I've had all those, I think, for a while, of course. But yeah, Cuban 800 I haven't used recently, so... And yeah, I think I definitely used obviously one last time, I think, so yeah, I'll use Cuban 800 this time. Fuck it. I had to toss this one, unfortunately, when the hangar was starting to get more interesting vehicles. I know this one has a Bombay, of course, that they add with the Smuggler's Run DLC. With the complimentary one, for example, that came with the hangar, or really any T-800, they actually activated the Bombay that you can actually use for mode. So why not take this one for a spin, I guess. Use a more interesting aircraft, I guess, again. Yeah, keeping 800 so slow, I might actually be able to land this anywhere I want to land it on the Alpha Z1, for example. That actually has like all the engine upgrades. This has no engine upgrades, just the Bombay. But I'd only add like the Bombay because there's no like engine upgrades or handling upgrades or anything added to this one, unfortunately. So why not just use a bunch of cluster bombs or something while I'm going to the casino? Yeah, I'm actually using a day one aircraft here. It's not like Annihilator or like Laser or something that's weaponized. Surprising. Or was originally unweaponized, technically, I guess, but now kind of is. That's like the last, like, might have been like 8 years or so actually at this point. It's been weaponized prior to just fell. Not exactly 8 years since I think Smuggler's Run was in the summer, of course. Still. See, if I can land this shit like I was predicting, I might actually be able to land this practically anywhere I want on like the Alpha Z1. Howard NX-25 with my engine upgrades and shit. The old Cuban 800 is actually kind of easy to land. I just hope I don't destroy a propeller on it somehow. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Savage. Savage. Damn, causing a whole huge ruckus here.
Let's go, son of a bitch.
Fuck y'all, get out of here. Well, I'm trying to fight my ass or some shit, boy. Yeah, that was actually not bad landing, just valet thing kind of got in the way and might have actually damaged the aircraft hella hard, I don't know. But propellers are still intact at least anyways, so we can at least try to fly. Hopefully.
Shell's freaking out.
Alright, but yeah, for the regular time trial, apparently for at least a day or two, so here. It is, if I can find it, I don't know if it doesn't have it yet. Oh, okay, it's here, okay. End to end. Which, yeah, end to end, I think, is one of the longer ones, or at least for early batch, at least, anyways. Goes from all the way down here, I think, all the way to, like, kind of where the cheapest of the facilities is, if I remember right. So I think it kind of goes over there, basically. If I remember right. Hence the name End to End. So it's one of the more, like, longer ones, and therefore highway would be more interesting for, or more useful for it, so could be one of the better top speed time trials in the game. So it might be one you want to actually delve into top speed, so use something like fucking Western Reaver, for example, for like the motorcycle class, has an insane top speed with like a rear wheel bug or something as. That makes it even better top speed, and I believe even the HSW Hawkshot Drag, even if you're playing on like 9th gen even, for example. Or of course like a top speed supercar, for example, like the Turo XO for like fucking 8th gen consoles, especially for us plus one PC and Legacy. Or of course HSW stuff pretty much always prioritizes top speed pretty heavily for the most part. If you're playing on 9th gen. But at least for Day Tuesday, it's an end. I say at least Day Tuesday because they've kind of changed it since San Andreas Mercenaries, I think, a little bit. I think when San Andreas Mercenaries first came out, they actually changed it to regular time trial each day, but they probably got tired of changing the regular time trial each day, so yeah, I think it's kind of back to the same time trial each day of the week. However, I think you get a daily 50k payout, kind of like you do for the RCB and Dito and Junk Energy time trials, so you could do, like, the time trial each day and get 50k, I think, for example, even though it would stay the same for the whole week. I want to say that's how it works nowadays, I think. It's not exactly a daily thing, but I mean, it's kind of a daily thing, kind of not, so I don't really tend to go over most details on that nowadays, so. The RCB and Dito time trial though for day of Tuesday here though is probably one of the two I've usually been going for lately. Yeah, construction site 2. So if you're familiar with the first construction site, some of the stuff that might be good on that one might end up being the case for construction site 2 as well. For some advice there. But yeah. Really for these, you gotta learn the turns and corners. Basically, you do good for the RCB and Dito time trials. Since as the name suggests, when you use one vehicle RCB and Dito, you can't even use second vehicle's white tank, for example. That came out in Casino Heist like a year later, even though that's kind of similar. Cannot use it. Fucking. So to learn the turns and corners yourself personally with holding triangle on Xbox or key on PC to respawn whenever you need to respawn for whatever reason if you fail at it. Or if not that, then maybe looking up like a video guide out there on like YouTube or something will help out with that if you don't want to hopefully not have to constantly respawn or something. So I'd recommend either the natural way of respawning, of course, and figuring out yourself, or of course the video guides, like I kind of said. Onto the HSW time trial for the week here. This is still weekly time trial because it pays like 6 digits compared to like 5 digits. After all. Fucking. But it's HSW terminal, which goes from the docks over here basically over to. I believe it goes over here. I believe actually. I can kind of show what's wrong with the GPS route, I guess, at the casino, but it won't be the same route, obviously. But as you see, this one does try to make you go countryside if you do the GPS route. So instead, I actually recommend marking more to like the west, like the left of the map or something. And eventually it will put on the highway. Yeah. Yes. That will give you much better use of your top speed, which is what, again, HSW prioritizes in, as I mentioned. Now, yeah, it still goes cross country, but that's only because I'm in the casino area, not where I'm actually needing to start the time trial, so it'll be much better than that, I would say, for your route, even still. So that's a huge thing of advice to give for the time trial, HSW time trial this time around. Besides for that, you might be able to do some like early shortcuts. Like there's a section where you might be able to do a nice cut through or something, and like get a nice shortcut going there. There might be like a stunt jump. You might be able to do a small shortcut for. Though I debate whether it's being a shortcut or not over here. Might be able to cut through like a grass section even or something. Might even be able to like jump off from here to here to get onto like the straight earlier, which might be able to help. I'm not really too sure if that helps or not though, or if it's just like a flashy thing to do. Etc. Possibly for some shortcut stuff there. But yeah. As you may notice, there's no part-time listed like with the previous two I was hovered over, and that's because you have to be in an HSW vehicle to even get a part-time. So, technically speaking, you could use any vehicle you want really for these, compared to the regular time trials where it's fit for part-time. And obviously, our Serbian dude only has the one vehicle you can use. So you can use anything really that you want, from Class B, Class A, Class C being, ironically, two classes that start with C, being compacts, coupes, for the British RA, along with the Sentinel XS, and then the Euros X32, for those three vehicles that make up Class C. And then Class B, Class A has a lot more vehicles, so just kind of go over the general costs for those. Class B has like SUV, muscle, sports classics, and I think eventually they add off-road, which didn't initially have ones from like day one of the next-gen version of the game back in like March 15th, 2022, whenever the game first came out. Off-road got added later on Los Angeles Mercenaries like a year later, whatever. And I think that got put into Class B, I believe. And then Class A is your sports supers motorcycles, like your quickest ones, basically. I think I remembered to bring up every class. I think I did. Maybe I forgot a class, but not a big deal. Yeah, fucking. The newest ones that came out, by the way, there's only one you can really truly use, I guess, that just recently came out with Agent Sabotage within the last DLC. And that is the Banshee GTS for the sports class. I think it's like the third place or something for lap time, if I recall. So it's not the greatest for lap time for the sports class. For the HSW options, particularly, and in a general sense, too. But it is the #1 top speed, which is better top speed than all helicopters, believe it or not, in the whole game. So yes. You heard that right, the Banshee GTS actually has better top speed than every single helicopter, even better top speed than the Sparrow, which I believe is the best top speed helicopter in the game. Since I think it's like over 170 miles per hour on that top speed for Banshee GTS, which is absolutely insane. Only 13 whole planes in the game, I believe, hit a better top speed than that, according to Roughly 1322, if I remember correctly. So it's an absolutely insane option for the Banshee GTS to use, especially on pure streets, which this one has a lot of if you do the alternate which yes, this one does have a lot of top speed if you do like the alternate like GPS route, like I mentioned, where you move it more to like the west, like left, and eventually get like a highway route instead of going cross country, which allows you to maximize on top speed. So the Banshee GTS is extremely good for this one if you're not using like the HSW Hotshot Drag, which is like the best option, I would say, pretty much in general for the HSW time trial, since it's a motorcycle, a lot less spacious on the road, basically. And then your other option for the latest DLC is basically the HSW Fireball ASP, which also actually prioritizes in top speed, so it's #1 top speed for off-road class, and will actually be #2 lap time for the off-road class for the HSW options. However, though, the par time is bugged apparently right now, where you cannot even like use it apparently for the full payout. It will just be zeroed out right off the bat when you use it, so you can't actually get the full payout with that one anyways. So it's really just only one new vehicle you can really use, I guess, technically on these. For the full pay anyways. I think I pretty much mentioned everything I was going to mention for that. I think I mentioned the strat's pretty good for that one and whatnot. Onto Junk Energy, time trial for day 2. So here it is. Court Center, again, probably one of the two I usually go for, since it's just after 15 of them, I believe, like our C Bandito. Or something. But yeah, honestly, in general, for the Junk Energy, since I don't play each one, I don't play Junk Energy much, so I don't know what to say for this particular one or something. As long as you go where you need to go, don't fall off the bicycle whatsoever. Maximize on the curve speed, since you have to use the inductor bikes. 1 and 2 inductor bikes, that's the curve speed you can't even use like BMX, for example. From what I hear, should have no problem beating it, I would say, for the most part. Though later sets, it's just W Junk Energy tend to be some of the easier sets, whereas like the regular Spring Dito tend to be the harder ones. But for some reason, that still is not enough to get enough advice on how to beat it, and I'd recommend just looking up a video guide, of course, at that point, like our Spring Dito time trial is really. And then onto the premium race for the event here. It is for the supercar class, apparently. Alright, so for supercar class, when it comes to the 9th gen version game, where you have the HSW ones, there's 4 in total. I'll go in the order of them releasing, I believe, is what I'll do. So that is the HSW Weaponized Ignis, which is basically your best general option most of the times, I would say, for PlayStation 5 S-Masters X/S PC Enhanced, because it's basically the best #1 lap time option. Top speed, it's like I would say, yeah, I would say it's third place, definitely for sure, between the ones for top speed. It just doesn't focus on top speed, it focuses on lap time, so it's like third place top speed, which is not terrible. Also, top speed tends to be a lot more niche, so it doesn't matter too much there, I would say. And yeah, while you cannot use it in the HSW time trials ever since they blacklisted it with the Criminal Enterprise DLC onwards, you can in fact use it for the races in general. I would say for the premium races, I think in any type of race, I think for the most part, as long as it's allowed, really. and then, yeah. Next one to go through is the Cyclone 2, which is the electric kind of acceleration focused one. So it's actually second place for a lap time, I believe, between them, or at least between the HSW options particularly. It's second place a lap time. And then it is the worst top speed, just so people know. However, though, it is the fourth generally quickest top speed, I believe, for the whole supercar class, I believe, and not just for HSW. So HSW does help it a lot for electric standards. Most electric vehicles actually have like some of the worst top speeds in the games. This one actually is like a pretty decent top speed considering it's electric, but I think that has everything to do with it being HSW for the most part. And yeah, HSW, yeah, it's an electric one. Actually, would have very good acceleration, I'm pretty sure. Which is how quick it can get the top speed after getting slowed down or something, basically, to like a complete halt or something. So it goes to 0 to 60, for example, like really damn quick with that insane acceleration it has, basically. So there might be cases where the Cyclone 2 could be pretty good, for all I know, but I would assume acceleration is more useful in free mode rather than an actual race. Like, yeah, again, from a standstill over to, like, driving like crazy pretty instantly could be valuable, of course. It's just better not to get slowed down at all, basically, really. And then, things better go now into the top speed focused options, starting with the Devastate 8, which is the balanced top speed option, which has, when it comes to HSW particularly, it's the third best for lap time, or second worst basically for lap time. However, I know it's not the third place, I think overall. I think there's regular options that have a better lap time as far as I remember on that one. That one. And then top speed, it is the second best top speed, basically, for the HSW options, for the pure straights and whatnot. However, though, top speed, again, is a lot more niche, as a reminder. And then the absolute worst option you could probably use for 9th gen for the HSW options is probably going to go to the NTMT, which is added with the Los Santos Drug Wars DLC, whatever. Which that one is in the 20s for lap time, which is why it's so bad. By the way, it's in the 20s for lap time, which makes it probably one of the worst HSW vehicles in the game. And then it is, however, the number one top speed if you do manage to have a pure straight for the not for HSW, but for the premium race. But yeah, Again, top speed's very niche because straights are pretty niche in this map, obviously, because there's a lot of turns and corners and stuff in the map. So really, you should focus on the first free rather than the NTMT, really. If you're playing on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X/S, PC enhanced. Now, if you're playing on PS4, Xbox One, or PC Legacy, I believe for lap time, A tier, whatever makes up the what makes up the A tier for the most part is the Trojan Emirates, I think would be a top for those platforms. Turismo Amagio, I think, is the second one. No, yeah, I think the weaponized Ignis shows up in A for the non-HSW, but the basic model is also exclusive to the 9th-gen version, so then it goes to the Benefactor Krieger, I think is like the third one, I believe, for lap time, basically, for the Benefactor Krieger, basically. Dun. Like I said earlier, I believe the Toro XO is also the #1 top speed when it comes to PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC Legacy. And for the other top speed options, yeah, I believe it goes like the non-HSW versions of the HSW versions for the two that do have the, like, we had two top speed focused ones, just basically their non-HSW ones, so if you put the Devastate 8 over the NTMT, I believe there, since you have the better lap time this time around with the Devastate 8. Or no. Or whatever. Or maybe you actually put the NTMT over Devastate is what I mean to say, and maybe that's obviously because you don't have like all the crazy lap time added with the HSW or like whatever. Something like that anyways. But really, I don't do it that way anymore, so I really just focus on the A tier, which is the Progen Emers, the Turismo Magio, and then the Benefactor Kriegers. So most likely you want to use one of those for you for the pre-em race for the supercar class if you're doing it on PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC, Legacy. Now I remember the class is pretty good for supercar class from Bruffy 1322 spreadsheet, so that should be accurate. If not, then I'll look, I guess, right now, just in case. Just in case. Yeah, looks like I was right on the A tier, basically. Regardless of platform, or at least for the platform that matters much for A tier for the legacy platforms. Anyways. For PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC, Legacy. Alright, so yeah, what is uptime, what is top speed? Again, like I kind of already suggested, since I said the map has a lot of turns and corners, it's basically focused on turns and corners and all that kind of stuff at lap time. Top speed is a pure straight, pretty much like a highway, which is a lot more niche, basically. Like highway, airport, runway. And then airstrips, for example, including like the new airstrip over in Tangva Hills, basically, from the Oscar Guzman flies. Again. And then obviously you have your other airstrips of Sandy Shores, Grapeseed, whatever. Actually, I'm not done there yet. Hold on. Hold on. Now, how do you know what the race course is going to be if I'm not going over the actual race course? As you can see when I'm hovered over this, in the bottom right black rectangle, you have square for start job, which would be X on Xbox, for key on PC. When you do that, it will obviously take you into the lobby screen. When in the lobby screen, if you do the same button, I believe, for square, X on Xbox, for key on PC, will also let you see what the map of the race looks like, I believe. That way you can also analyze the turns and corners of that particular race course when you see that particular map of it. So you can realistically analyze if you want to use a lap time or a top speed option. God damn it, stupid nose and shit made me sneeze. What the hell. But yes. Fucking. But again. Square X on Xbox working on PC when you get to actual like race lobby screen should let you see what the map looks like, and then therefore you can also realistically determine if you want to focus on lap time or top speed. And then I would recommend Breathy1322 Racing YouTuber, who's a racing YouTuber, or their spreadsheet that they made with the different vehicles, basically, or their vehicle website, all the other kind of stuff they have, whatever, to determine what's best to use, basically. I think that was it to go from the pause menu for now, at least.
The Diamond Casino and Resort presents a brand new car available to win today, simply
But
with a spin of a wheel.
So, going to a casino here, the podium vehicle looks to be the Rattel. So this time it's not a vaulted vehicle like it surprisingly was the last week, I think, where it was actually a vehicle not even on the vehicle website, which was different. Kind of unfortunate that it was like one time only being available, but like, I honestly mind if it's a vaulted vehicle on the podium, but like it is a little scummy though since it's a luck based, only 1 in 25% chance each time, basically. But yeah. 1,399,939 it looks like on the casino ships now. Okay. Doing one wheel spin for a week here, basically. Wait, what the fuck? I'm laying on the vehicle. What the fuck? Do I have to retell? I kind of forget. I think I do since it came out in Dangerous Mercenaries, and yeah. Nowadays, when it comes to the more recent DLC streams, I actually buy every vehicle when I do them, basically, so I should have the retell already, I think. Yeah, I think I'm just getting rid of it, actually. Actually. Should have to retell, surely though. Surely though. Now, yeah, I may could have done that and got rid of my paid retell and get some money back, basically, but I didn't really care to do it, basically. So now I have to reinvest in the modifications anyways, again. I'm not sure if it would make it worth it since you only get part of the value back anyways. I don't really know, to be honest, but still. But yo, I actually got the vehicle. That was crazy. That was crazy. Alright, so kush weed, all that stuff. Okay. Crystal meth, whatever. Or way around, maybe, actually, in terms of the proper order. Plus promotion, of course. Oh, store sport, at least for day Tuesday this time around, seems to be Deer, Mountain Lion, Hen. All those I believe should be pretty easy to find just on your own. They should all be in some pretty obvious spots, which I don't necessarily care to delve into per se. Per se. But yeah, I think it might be stubborn, if not legendary, obviously. For the website that should be on. Again, Dangerous Mercenary should be within like the last like couple years. Shouldn't be too long to get to. Should also probably be an off-road, I believe. Well, probably should be, but it doesn't seem to be for some reason. They don't seem to care to put stuff in the off-road filter anymore, it seems. I don't know. Because the other Rattel, for some reason, is in two-door and off-road, which is inconsistent as fuck, I would say. Like, even Rockstar themselves don't seem to know how to put stuff in their new categorizations. Whatever the fuck. Almost like y'all shouldn't have done the vaulting of vehicles and just kept every vehicle on the website like y'all did back then. I don't know why people complained so hard, honestly, though, about the vehicle website being hard to navigate. I'd rather have all the vehicles rather than owning some of the vehicles. I don't know. I feel Rockstar used as an excuse to, like, vault vehicles, though, and make them more talented and stuff with the events, but whatever. Never know if these crackheads anymore with how much they vault shit, honestly, though. Yeah, it is in fact a Vapid Hotel, just make sure on the newswire before I go into, by the way. But it's a pretty good off-road vehicle if I remember right. It is actually a pretty good off-road vehicle if I do remember correctly. But yes. Okay, it's apparently in the C tier. It's in the middle of the C tier, apparently, for the Rattel. And that apparently gives it 9th place for lap time. And an 8th place for top speed, according to roughly 152's vehicle spreadsheet. Now, you do have 2 HSWs, that would be like 7th and 6th if you're on legacy platforms, by the way, but regardless. It's basically top 10 for both lap time top speed, which is pretty alright to decent, I would say. For me personally, I would say that would be. Because honestly, just seeing every vehicle that's not S tier is kind of garbage. I don't know if I would say that per se. It would be more within top 10 for me personally, anyways. Where after that, it would probably be not worth necessarily getting a vehicle as much. But yeah, on a trade price, I believe they did release a trade price finally for it. It's $1,404,750. Yeah, I think just this update's interesting. I mean, not Dangerous Mercenaries, that's when this vehicle first came out, but in the Agents of Sabotage DLC, they just released a trade price, I think, tied to, like, the arms trafficking, I think, for Oscar Guzman, and it's now cheaper, I think, with $1,404,750. If you don't have the trade price, it might be the original price. If you don't have the trade price, it might be original price, or it might even be increased price compared to when it first came out. If you don't have the trade price, I don't know. I don't know though, to be honest. To be honest though. Regardless, I'm pretty sure they did introduce a trade price to this update when they introduced Oscar Guzman flies away, or again. I mean. So it's not as expensive as it used to be. A little bit, I think. Assuming you have the trade price, of course. But yeah, it's a pretty decent off-road vehicle, I would say. Definitely one that would probably be pretty worth getting. Like, I kinda did there, actually.
You talking about my friend? You crackhead!
But again, I already owned one, so I just did not take it, basically. I do, right? Let me maybe check if I can check in the vehicle I'm in, basically.
You're through to your garage. You, need me to bring you a ride?
Should probably be in my Boulevard garage, I'm thinking, somewhere. Yeah, yes. So where my S95 is apparently that I think I'm actively using right now, actually, if I could tell. Clips Boulevard 2,
I'll get back to work.
whatever. Yeah, that's kind of smoking. Great. Probably shouldn't have been running this without, like, actually piloting it, to be fair, but whatever. What the hell? Did both of them just start stalling or something there? Yeah, one of my propellers file does not work, but it's keeping it 100. It's a dual propeller vehicle or something, so that's fine, honestly, for the most part. I'm pretty good at flying it with one propeller, I think I am aware of still. I think I remember flying pretty good back in the days when messing around on random occasion with it like that before. Okay, I think it is stalling a little bit on the other engine, so it's probably eventually going to stall out. I don't know, 100%. Probably. It kind of hit the valet thing kind of hard, it seemed, unfortunately. Alright, landed it. Let's go. Let's go. Yes. Goddamn, fuck that's deep. Fuck that's body. Come on. Kind of want to see if I can get over there, but these vehicles are going to hella get in my way, it seems. Move it, damn it. Oh shit, I killed him. Let's go. Kinda wanted to since he got in the car and shit. Oh, whatever, let me just fan in here. Probably just respawn it, that's right. What the hell? Who's shooting their cars and shit? What the hell? Gang over here? Or is it just some randos or some shit? Actually. Oh shit. The fuck? This Patriot person. Be over to us, car meet now. I don't know. Yes. So for the Alice car meet this time around, there's the Volcar Warner, the Denturi, and Stalker XL, and the Coil Brawler. Now 2 of these are actually in single player as well, technically, as they are early 2014, like mid 2015, like up to like DLC vehicles, which is like up to when they were getting put into single player as well, basically. Excluding the Heist DLC, of course, back then. And then you have the kind of newer, like 2020, I believe, Dundry and Stalker XL, which would be an online exclusive compared to the other two. So that kind of already says which one's kind of most worthwhile to get, kind of, in terms of the online component. Kind of. But yes. And in my DualSense It's running low, apparently. Great. As I say, yes, apparently. Alright, so yeah, I'll go into removed vehicles, dates, that section on roughly 1322 spreadsheet, see if any of these are still available or not. I'm assuming all three are vaulted, honestly. Alright, yeah, they're all vaulted. It looks like reduce free as expected, as expected. But yes. Going into the Volcar Warner here, starting off. Not necessarily into exact performance unless it's actually on a discount, otherwise I'm not going to bother with that, obviously, because it won't be as worth going over that then. It's a DLC vehicle from back in the I'm Not a Hipster DLC. I don't necessarily remember if the Warner returns from a previous GTA game, I kind of don't think so, but still. It's the oldest vehicle duty free, back from like mid-2014, I believe. Or whatever. Yes, mid-2014. I'm not hipster DLC, so very much obtainable story mode, and then what's it going to be, like muscle car or something? I don't really see it being a very good muscle car for online nowadays, honestly. Better just get in story mode, try it out there, so if you have any interest for online, I guess. Coil Brawler, on the other hand, even though I'm not going to go for exact performance unless it's on discount, which I don't think it is. Even though it isn't a single player, this one is kind of a fun one since it does have an interesting gimmick to it. Where I think if you go into water with it, it actually tends to raise the vehicle's body above water for some time, and then it eventually kind of lowers and it will sink like any other vehicle in the water. So it can be a fun one to use in like Lagos and Kudo area, I feel personally. It can kind of go into shallow waters for some brief time. So it is a little bit of fun to use in Lagos and Kudo, I feel. And then it also does have surprisingly good top speed, I believe, still nowadays, even for the off-road class, I think. So while I'm not going for exact performance, it might be worth looking at performance of the Brawler, looking into that for top speed on off-road class, see if you have any interest at all there, to see if it might be worth getting that for a top speed for the off-road class. And then, fucking. Yo, what else? I think that's mostly everything I wanted to say actually on that one. So it is actually kind of a good vehicle to where it might be worth owning in the online, surprisingly, but yeah, at the same time, really though, you might as well just try out in story mode first with the gimmick for the, like, water gimmick thing, like I kind of mentioned. Try it in, like, Lagos and Chaos if it, like, does have a gimmick theme, maybe even try and, like, full, like, water if you want. See if it gets destroyed entirely or whatever. But yeah, it does exist in the single player, so it's not the most worthwhile, I'll say, at least for the online though. But yeah, then the Lane Stalker XL. It's an SUV, surely. Kind of similar-ish to the Gringer 5600 XL if it was not going to perform the greatest for the SP class. So really, I think this one's not going to perform the greatest to warrant necessarily going out the way to get it. So I would say it's more for customization, personal preference kind of reasons. It's a Landstalker, so if you're nostalgic for the Landstalker back in the 3D HD universe games, basically back then, could be worth if you want to collect like all the different like Landstalkers or something. But aside for that, I don't know if it's necessarily the most worthwhile, really. And then as for how many times each one has been vaulted, or whatever. Or not each time they've been vaulted, but like how many times have they appeared on the dealerships since being vaulted. Warner apparently has been available 6 times apparently on the different vehicle dealerships and stuff since being vaulted back in San Andreas Mercenaries like a year and a half ago. For the Landstalker XL, it's actually been available 7 times apparently on different dealerships stuff since being vaulted on the vehicle website stuff as of San Andreas Mercenaries onwards since like mid-2023. And then the Brawlers, just like the Warner, which has been available 6 times in dealerships and everything since being vaulted on the vehicle website back in like mid-2023, almost 2 years ago, like a year and a half-ish ago. For the breakdown on that, I guess. And then for the prize ride, apparently for the event, looks to be the Invetero Coquette D10, the regular version of it, not the Be Confused with the Pursuit one. Obviously, that came out with the latest Agent Sabotage DLC. It's one you can actually race with in actual like race lobbies and whatnot, since it's in the sports class and not the emergency class, which does not have race types whatsoever. Pretty much. So right away, it's more worth it than the Pursuit if you want to race with it. Especially, and then this one does require placing top 5, but you need to do it within 4 days in a row. Top 5 is nothing crazy, at least. The only hard part about that is 4 days in a row, I would definitely say there. And pretty much just about every time the vehicles on the prize ride do tend to be on the vehicle website. But actually before that, let me go over the types of content you'll be able to do to try to obtain a vehicle. Now for sure, I know it's at least the Pursuit and Street races that do count. So Pursuit race, you only need at least 4 players for those, so theoretically you should be able to do at least 4 and 5 player Pursuit races, and it should be guaranteed to count for the challenge. Anything over, you're taking much of a gamble, pretty much, if it's going to happen or not, really, for getting your top 4, really. Or, I think actually it was top 5, actually, right. So really, you should go to street races, really, if anything, for those things that for sure do count. Since those have a minimum of 2 players, so you can do 2, 3, 4, and I think 5 players as well to get a guaranteed entry. 6, 7, 8 would just add fluff, obviously, and not make it guaranteed. So it should be pretty easy to get as long as you follow the 4 days in a row, which sadly as a Tuesday is kind of past at this point. So I would say Sunday to Monday would have probably been the day to do that, basically. Now, Dragon Drift races, I assume since it got added on later on with the Chop Shop DLC compared to back in Los Santos Tuners DLC, I assume they don't count no matter what, basically. I know they definitely don't count solo, but I've not tried with other players to know for sure if they don't count, like, all together, though. Yeah, drag races, if they did count, it would actually be guaranteed, but I don't necessarily think they do count, even with our players. And then... drift races. Or 1 to 8, like the street races, basically. But again, I know they don't count solo, but I doubt they count with other players. Anyways. But yes. Fucking. Yeah, Coquit D10. I'll quit. D10, whatever. Two-door, I believe the original one actually released back in the Los Santos Summer Special, which I think is actually the same update the Lane Stalker XL was released in for that vaulted vehicle, basically. I think it should be two-door here. Looks like getting some previews at some discounts here, as I do that too. I'll go over those quick some later. But yes, Cocoa D10 is in fact in the Los Santos Summer Special DLC. Doesn't have a lock-on jammer, so I believe it was never vaulted from Dangerous Mercenaries DLC onwards. For sure. And again, it makes sense because, like I said, they usually put non-vaulted vehicles on the prize ride for whatever reason. I don't really know why, but still. But hey, as I showed last time with the podium vehicle, they could always do that if they want to. Since, of course, like I said, podium vehicle was actually vaulted last time. Basically. But yes. So if we get this vehicle, I don't think it has a trade price, so you should save $1,510,000, like, no matter what. If it has delivery support to it or something, then maybe another 20-ish or 30-ish or so $1,000 more. Gain it maybe upwards of like mid 1.5 million-ish for like 550 or whatever, around there at most. But yeah, I think this one's more known for top speed than the last. I think this one's more known for top speed than a lap time. I mean. Yes. Cocoa D10 apparently is at the bottom of the E tier. For the sports class, and that will be 44th place apparently for lap time, as well as 12th place for top speed. Yes, indeed, as I remember it is in fact. So since it is 12th place top speed, I am presuming it would be single digit top speed if you are playing on the PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC, Legacy, for all the Legacy platforms, of course. Regardless of platforms, since there's like 115 sports cars nowadays in the game, it would actually be above average for both lap time top speed for the entire class of vehicles, for sports class particularly. So it's not the worst vehicle, nowhere near the worst vehicle for the sports class. However, it's kind of hard to recommend a regular one when they came out with the Pursuit version, just this update. Just kind of a little difficult to recommend a regular one when they did just release the Pursuit one, of course, with the latest update, Agent Sabotage DLC. However, the main advantage to it, obviously, like I kind of said earlier, is it's actually in the sports class, whereas obviously it's in the emergency class for the police one. And because of that, that means you can actually race with this one compared to the emergency one, since there's no emergency races, pretty much. And with vehicles like these, racing some of the most interesting stuff you can do with them, of course. And then, yeah. At least the Pursuit one, though, it does have the dispatch work, I guess. All depends on if you would rather race or do dispatch work in free mode, I guess. Got cocaine, apparently. But yeah. It's a very good top speed, though, especially on the PlayStation 4 Xbox One PC Legacy, though, like I said. And since there's 6 sports cars that are HSW, which I assume all of those would be better top speeds, I'd probably put the 6, it would basically literally half the top speed it ended up having, actually. So it's actually pretty decent if you take away HSW for the top speed, which you could technically do in this version as well. But yeah, with a setting, you can actually do that in this version too. Like, as a race host, you can always disable HSW, I believe, as a race host. For a particular lobby, but still. So it actually could be kind of a nice one to shoot for on those older platforms, especially, no doubt. And then for the HSW, like premium test ride, whatever, this time around it looks to be the Grotti Turismo Classic, which is for the Sports Classics class, HSW, and it's the lap time focused one, which would be the better of the two, basically, because lap time is usually the best one to focus on, basically. And yeah, that's on the website, since all of them are on the website. Kind of mentioned Sterling GT earlier when talking about the lock on Jammer, since there was 30% off of the Monty Tech stuff, like I was kind of mentioning earlier. Yeah, they did vault this between San Andreas Mercenaries and until Agent Sabotage, DLC, whatever, but like I mentioned, it actually came back in Agent Sabotage because it got the lock-on jammer added on, of course, like I was kind of saying earlier, because it does some money, tech upgrades, whatever. Yes, because of that. Fucking. Yeah, because that it's actually technically not updated on yours, since it's supposed to be on the website, but it's not on according to the HSW list, but it is actually on the website since it got added back on there. But yeah, every everything is correct on there for the most part, so yeah, it is on the website. I just don't care to show it off on the website, basically.
Shit is wavy. I got some nice ski back home.
Whatever.
Alright. So See if I can somehow get this going on the Cuban 800 to get the luxury autos next. Which of course is hell on fire on one of the engines apparently. I don't know if I would take off here particularly. I might even need to back up and stuff, unfortunately. But yeah, I don't have a purpose going up there anymore since I'm done with the one area, of course, much. But, so I guess I might as well then. And then... come on. Yeah, at least it won't be going into oncoming traffic for the most part. Just hit a sign apparently. Hit that as well. Alright, let's go. Taking off. Dr. Retard, yeah. Same person you do the data leads for. Fucking Dr. Retard, apparently. You know, put the record of studios and all that, basically. But no, I don't hate Dr. Dre, I just kind of meme him or something, calling him Dr. Retard. Oh shit, the engine's completely died, oh god. Oh god. Not necessarily most surprised on that one, honestly, but okay. Cause that damn valet fiend that it ran into, basically for that wood shit. Whatever. Might want to land on that highway, I guess, if I can. Probably want to be where I have to crash land here. Okay. Yeah, apologies by the way, my controller died finally, cause yeah, it dies like a bitch. Hello. I was just making sure my mic was good, cause I was waiting a while, by the way, cause I accidentally pressed the home button without it being plugged in, and it turned the mic off automatically until it died again, and then I had it plugged in, and then it turned my mic back on. So yeah, I gotta call the insurance for that still, I think.
Morse Mutual, we're here to help.
Yes,
I can do that.
Yeah, I guess I'll do the adventure thruster over to the plane again or something. See if I can get over to luxury autos this time without destroyed engines, of course. trying again now. This time without the engines being to die over time. Because of some of the mechanics of the aircrafts in the game. Basically. Did I get counterfeit cash already? Because I don't think it's weed, honestly. Maybe a mint leaf, but that's not usually what's associated with per se. Breaking through the street pole. Careful, character. I don't know how we've been doing it. Yeah, I forgot to rudder directions changed or whatever. I know I see nothing with that happen at all earlier. I fucking forget, to be honest, but whatever. I think I'm good now, I think huh. But yes. So here there's the Grady Itology to Stinger TT, as well as the, I believe it said earlier, basically, the classic Gringer for 600LX. Yes, indeed. Now both of these are actually on a discount. I already mentioned the Gringer for 600. It already did mention the Gringer for 600LX. Yes, indeed. So therefore I went over that. And yeah, if it said XL, I meant like LX or here, whatever. If I mentioned it again with like talking about like land stock or XL, whatever. So the Grady Itology to Stinger TT is also a Monitech. This one just came out much later on with like Dangerous Mercenaries DLC, so a little neutered on the features, technically speaking, pretty sure. It's not the most basic Monitech, actually does have some nice features still, but yeah. I think this one does actually have access to armor plating, so it actually would be armored, so that's good there on this one. I think it would have the same armor, like a few rockets or so, with like the for 600LX, whatever. I do not believe this one has bullet resistant glass. I think this one just has standard glass, I believe, on this one, unfortunately. It definitely does not have front-mounted machine guns, since only the contract DLC batch of Monitech has those. Besides for any that might have already had machine guns before, for any that were added with Agent Sabotage that just got Mr. Lock-on Jammer, and that's it for like a Monitech really. Should have silk mine access, I'm pretty sure, as well. I will say though, if you have the silk mines on at least, I forget if you can take them off or not. You cannot use it for HSW time trials. Just be aware of that. just be aware of that. And yes, since I did mention that, it is the HSW vehicle, by the way, if you are in the nitrogen version of the game, for PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X/S, and in PC Enhanced, basically. And of course, this does have access to missile lock-on jammer and remote control unit. As options, since it was before the latest batch, where they pretty much only did a lock-on jammer with the Agent Sabotage DLC for the most part. Now this one's not electric, and it also does not from a machine gun, so I feel this one's mostly useless with a remote control unit, so I feel we might as well do a missile lock-on jammer. If I remember right, it's not electric or any of that, really. So I think missile lock-on jammer is definitely the choice to go on this. But it does have HSW anyway, so it's like super quick. If you don't want to go lock-on, you want to go remote control unit instead for whatever reason. Just saying, I don't think there's too much use for it on this vehicle, because it's not electric or with very much machine guns. If I remember right, if I do in fact remember correctly. It's a very good HSW vehicle. Just because the fact it's got a mining tech is one of the more feature-rich ones. I also believe this was the second. I believe this was the best top speed in terms of the sports class until the Advanced GTS came out as well, if I recall, for sure. But apparently it was also much worse driving experience. So yeah, I think it's like second place top speed for the entirety of sports class, which is absolutely insane if you have the HSW version, and yet I even would be able to have the Amani tech as well, since it's both Amani tech and the HSW, which is insane, which is absolutely insane. So it's a pretty good vehicle, definitely a pretty good vehicle. Don't. And then, yeah, I already talked about that one, obviously. And yeah, since they're both in Mind Tech, I was like rather focused on those instead of actual vehicle performance. Though I kind of already talked about it for the HSW side of the Itachi to Stinger TT at least. But that's all I'll do there, since it has a lot of remote capabilities and can therefore be a lot more of a useful vehicle than your average civilian one, which is the ones that are worth going over for the performance for the most part. So much motorsport should have the Itachi to Stinger TTs, and just mercenaries that should be in. That's not two-door, not legendary, or like, well. Oh yeah, there it is on discount. Right. I just didn't realize it's a particular listing here. My bad. Yeah, at least here it shows. I forget if this has a trade price. Actually, might not. I think this actually does not have a trade price. I think it's always 2,000,000 or 1,666,000 on the 30% off whatever it's on. And yes. Bring it for 600 LX. I want to say it's luxury, if I remember right, for the category it's in. Yes, indeed. Going from 1,500,000 over to 1,050,000 for that one. For whatever discount is, like 30% or whatever. Also, apparently, preview have another one coming up too. Apparently. Yeah, two pretty good mining tech vehicles, I would say, because one has HSW as well if you're on the newer platforms, so it makes it pretty good there at least. Otherwise, it's serviceable, I guess, for whatever it provides. Also for PS4 plus one PC Legacy, which obviously would just be a less quicker experience, I think. Geez, smoking already from like one little sign, I feel. Did I even hit anything much? Oh wait, I hit the street pool and stuff, right? That would probably be why this is going the way it is already. I'm fine with one propeller, dude. It's already completely stopped as well for that propeller. Goddamn. Shit, and that's already stalling too, so it's eventually going to completely get destroyed here as well. I'll go to Simeon's if I can with this. I feel this can actually make it compared to the last one at least. That didn't make it the luxury autos. I wasn't necessarily surprised that one didn't make it, but this one I totally should make it. Alright, made it. Let's go. And it hit that, so not much. Hey, fuck yes, fuck yes, fuck yes.
Hey, you my dude, right? Hey, what's up?
But yes, SG only 2 hours in here, and she needs to be in here within 2 hours because of that stupid hernia and all kinds of bullshit. Really.
Hey, what's going on, brother?
Alright, document 40, I might have been lost of them, I forget, I might have had 5 already, or maybe I just got 4 for those, forget. Yes, so, over here apparently is Sabotage 770, Grassy Vodka, Vapid Click, Sabotage Rapid GT Classic, and then the Dinka Jester. 770 was a vehicle, I believe, for like mid 2016, Finance Felony, if I remember right, so it should be an online exclusive. Gassi Vodka's a day one supercar, and it was like only a couple $100,000. Pretty sure. Vapid Click. That was a vehicle for Rain War DLC, I believe. Yeah, definitely, because that, along with the Buzzard Insurgent Pickup, regular Insurgent Pickup, I believe, were the couple free vehicles, I believe, for that year, if I remember correctly, for like festive vehicles. We had Debauchery Rapid GT Classic, fucking, what's it called? What's it called? Oh yeah, well that's a DLC vehicle definitely from like a later time, like the 770. I don't know if it comes to mind right now. If I remember which one it was. But yeah, it's definitely a DLC from like 2016 onward, definitely. So definitely not on exclusive. So I'm not delving too much into thinking about that. And then Dinka Jester. That was in like Business or High Life DLC, pretty sure. So it would be in the single player because that was like 2014. So yeah, 3 of these vehicles are online exclusives, pretty sure. But yeah, Debauchery 770, whatever. Sports car, basically. Again, for Finance Felony DLC. I don't necessarily presume it's the greatest performance, honestly. I know it's on discount. Don't know if I'm going to be going over the most details there. So I don't know if I would necessarily recommend it the most. Again, Vaca, pretty old school supercar. Because it's pretty old and stuff, I don't necessarily expect it to perform the greatest, just to say right off the bat. Vapid Click sure performs a lot better than a Vapid Click wagon at least, but again, Arena War DLC released during it was even a free vehicle as well, so it's going to be a hard one to suggest purchasing anyways, so yeah, I'll just stop that one there, I think. Apache Rapid GT Classic is a sports classics, pretty sure. And actually does perform pretty good if I remember too, actually. This one actually might be kind of the best one to get here, really, to be honest. To be honest. And then to get Jester again. But yeah. But Rapid GT debuted in 5, I guess, but I guess can be a little nostalgic given it's over a decade ago, I guess. And then it's Jester. Jester's very iconic from 3D Universe, like Grandfather San Andreas, so that's a pretty cool one to get, though. Obviously, yes, a Jester Classic is kind of pretty good one to get now for the classic version. But still, if you're a fan of like Jester altogether, for like the old school Jesters back from like 3D Universe and stuff, it's a pretty good vehicle to get, I would say, if you like that. But again, it's in story mode, so it's kind of a waste of a garage slot, anyways. Just like with the Vodka. Which I think Vodka debuted in 5, so don't have too much to say for that one. But yes. All of these are probably going to be vaulted. I know most of them probably will be, at least since that's what they usually do for Simeons. Simeons. But yes. So apparently the 770 will be the one vehicle on the different dealerships for the event and stuff that's been vaulted. That has been on the dealerships, I mean, the most since being vaulted like a year and a half, like almost 2 years ago with Dangerous Mercenaries DLC. Which that one has been available 9 times apparently as it being put on Simeons this time. This time. The Vodka apparently it's been available for 8 times now, apparently. That's being put on the dealership this time around since being vaulted. Dangerous Mercenaries DLC. Same goes with the Vapid Click, apparently. Apparently. And then like the Alien Stalker XL from earlier from the Carmi, apparently the Rapid GT Classic and the Jester have been available 7 times on different dealerships as of like last year and a half, 2 years ago since been vaulted from the vehicle website, basically. So every vehicle in the dealership stuff have been available anywhere from 6 to 9 times, apparently since being vaulted on the dealership or on the website. On the website, obviously, I mean like a year and a half, 2 years ago, almost. From Los Angeles Mercenaries DLC. Yeah, if I remember right, for sure, yeah, the Rapid GT Classic stuff, and probably the one that would be the best performance here. Yeah, I don't think any of those are on discount, unfortunately. Yeah, nothing was on discount for the Carmi luxury autos as I went over to add both of those on discount, of course, for the luxury autos for once. Alright, yeah, definitely none of those are on discount. Just being super sure. Because, like, sometimes they'll have a couple sections, of course. Like, of course, sections for the different vehicles on the newswire for, like, where... what's at the different places for dealerships and stuff. But yeah, there's been rare times where they, like, could have one on discount, like, it would be on a discount section, maybe not on the, like, dealership section, so that's why I was verifying that for a while, by the way. Alright, but yeah, pretty much now, time to talk about anything remaining. I didn't mention yet, by the way, but there is new community series jobs. I didn't necessarily mention that yet, but yeah. Now, it's only for PlayStation 5, Xbox, Xbox S, PC, and Enhanced. Which I'm not really sure if that's always the case anymore, like if they only get put on the newer platforms now. Probably, since they may be aiming for ones that have like a certain amount of props nowadays to utilize those new prop limits, whatever. But yeah, those platforms instead have like an existing batch, basically, which I think won't be on money opportunity for the newer platforms, just the older platforms. But yeah, either way, I had the list anyways to go through this time, which they actually didn't last time, but I think they did the time before. So again, I'm not sure if they do that every time now, or only new ones only come to the new platforms now, or what. They maybe just forgot to kind of put the list of what was for the other platforms the last time. I'm not really sure, honestly. But I'll get to that when I do, basically. Yeah. Okay, I did want to show the map stuffing for Double Down, and then from there I actually will be going to from there I will actually be going over to Community Series next, actually. Yeah, sorry about that, I forgot to go over that there was going to be new Community Series stuff. I don't really do them for titles, like, week whatever editions I feel anymore, because, like, the jobs themselves are old content, they're just kind of rehashed, like, or, like, just featured on, like, a thing is what's new, really. And is that they appear on the pause menu in 3 times. Which I don't know if that necessarily constitutes the week editions. I was kind of in between doing that for title for like May 2020. 5 community series jobs, or if I was going to do the title, I ended up going more for the data leaks, data leaks, whatever. Kind of just went with that one because it gives more money, I guess. Honestly. And yeah, honestly, I don't feel like I felt like giving it a sufficient title like I did for the Hunt Pack Elmar. I know I did it before for the new series, but I was kind of just debating if I should or not. I just kind of chose not to. So let's just double down and Sumo Remix as expected, obviously. But yeah, the first map's at Mount Chiliad. Second map's at the San Chayansky Mountain Range, which might be that one variant I was kind of talking about. Third variant's at Chiliad Mountain State Wilderness. Fourth variant, Illusion Island. Fifth variant, Pluto Forest. Sixth variant, Fort Zancudo, and then the last variant, San Chayansky Mountain Range as well. Like the second one? Okay. Maybe just elsewhere there. And actually, I don't want that one. Tongue toast, yes, right. What the fuck? Come on. Yeah, that's right. That one didn't have like an on foot variant because the second one's a special variant. I'm pretty sure, like I was mentioning before, where you have like the attackers on like the dirt bikes. And it's kind of like the bought a damn train CJ thing, of course. The wrong side of the tracks mission is what it was called. Oh yeah, right. I just now kind of remembered after putting a lot of thought into it. I was like, it has to be something train tracks or something. And yeah, my hernia, I think, was being kind of a bitch at the moment and stuff too. And of course, you have your pretty much always your Sumo Remix for some reason. For some reason, it's the one that always stays around, maybe because it's like the most popular one, the one that gets played the most. I don't know. But yeah, it's pretty much the sad state of adversary moves nowadays. Unfortunately, they just fall everything like a bitch all the time anymore. The second variant might be the most interesting, but the rest of them I think are all just mostly on foot stuff, really. And again, play frame if you want the most interesting experience, if you want both teams to be pretty equal. Because, yeah, Franco and Mar just dominate pretty much, to be honest. Yes.
Hey, man! Hey, what's going on, brother?
Yes, indeed. So the new community series stuff I should go over now for sure. Oh yeah, right. With the naming of this, yes, indeed. So Rockstar is going to be featuring the first ever batch of like random races. At least when it comes to newer platforms, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X/S, PC enhanced. Again, because this batch seems to be exclusive for those platforms, plus maybe all the batches nowadays are only for the new platforms. Again, like I've kind of explained. And again, also didn't mention if the other platform has like different ones. The last Newswire that had them, if I remember right, but they did the one before. They did in this one basically where they did show the alternative ones. Yeah, the series first featured random transform races and much more, it says. Basically. So these seem to be the first featured random transform races, apparently for the whole community series as a whole, so interesting. But yeah, you have one called Binky's Unknown, apparently, for random transform race for different players here. And yeah, Transformer can only have like 16, I think, in the 8th gen, if I remember correct, I think. So maybe something with that is why they don't feature them for the 8th gen platforms this time. I'm not 100% there. So using Halloween weather as well. Interesting. Chapar Rally, it looks like, for this one here. Might be a hot ring race. It seemed like there might be a hot ring race, but yeah, when I looked kind of earlier. Regardless, I'll get to it, obviously, I should. You have Dirty Random Freeway, it seems, here. A random transform race, again, with the free-to-player account. Hot ring crossover, okay. If there's only one hot ring, this is probably the hot ring, actually, and then the other one's something else. and then the other one's something else, basically. My bad. Kart Cross Koala Cup. Was this not in last week's? Alright, no, they do mention the Kart Cross Koala Cup apparently. Okay. I thought this is like when I said last week's, I meant last month's, obviously, basically. I thought this one seemed like one from last month, though, but okay. Wait, it has a... Yeah, what? It has a check on it, though. Yeah, what? I'm sorry, but... What? So are all of them not even new? I'm so confused. Wait, yeah, Hot Ring Crossover also has a check on it. What the hell? What the hell? Yeah, like this one's new, for example. So are they just featuring some older ones for us as well then? I'm so confused. What? Well, in that case, I'll just go over new ones then. If they seem like they were already in like last ones, I'm just not going to do them then. I guess. That seems kind of new for what they're doing for 9th gen as well now. Now they don't even feature 07. I don't know. I do have checks on them. I don't go out the way to play created stuff. I do not go out the way to like. Bro, come on. I do not. Yeah, I do not go out the way to play player created stuff. I pretty much just play the actual contents in the actual game. I don't really play player created stuff like at all much myself. Maybe only 5 for stunt races, it seems. Okay, Raw, Los Santos, GP 2023. Open wheel race. Seems to be a new one. Like a couple of the other ones. So there's 6 races in this, which is pretty good. There was one time where they did all 7 of those races. But yeah. This might be the next closest of like 6 being races. And then probably one deathmatch, it seemed. I think I saw there was one with, yeah, the, like, left bracket, Ricky, right bracket, and the Days. Deathmatch over there, basically, yeah.
So I'll call you tonight with the details then. Alright, peace.
It seems a couple of them were duplicates this time, it seemed, since, yeah, it was like that Koala Cup if it sounds similar from the last event. Kind of thought the I-Ring one even sounds similar too, but, yeah, weird. I don't know why they're featuring older ones for, like, 9th gen as well, which is supposed to be a more premium platform, but okay. Apparently they chose to anyways. Anyways. Would have been nice if they made, like, if some of them were, like, in the, like, a previous event. Would be nice if they would have made that certain ones were in, like, previous events if I would pay attention to check marks on the things, but okay. Okay, though. So yeah, I might be playing 4 of these since 2 of them apparently have check marks on them already. However, before that, I want to go over what the 8th gen peasants have, basically. Since they just have a pre-existing selection. But yeah, on the newswire, they say plus players on PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC Legacy, you can actually add on as well now, compared to last time, I think, even when I had to go over to a batch of things like that. Can enjoy a refreshed batch of returning community series jobs. Alright, so the first one apparently for the older platforms is the Yukaringo Palace and Chamber. So this will actually be on possibly 3 times, if not 2 times. If not, basically, for the 8th gen platforms. Or for the legacy platforms. Or for the legacy platforms, I mean. But yes. PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC Legacy can experience Yukaringo, Palace and Chamber on like 3 times, 2 times, whatever. Outdoor go-karts, apparently. Yeah, which con is this, actually, for this next one? Might be a stunt race, I'm not too sure. Alright, skiing the hill, it looks like, okay. Okay, the thing's being wonky there, of course. But yes. Mystery box number 1 apparently is one. As well for the legacy platforms, which again is Community Hill. I don't know why they bunched like all the PvP ones in deathmatch as well, in addition to their proper category, but they do apparently. They do apparently now. But yeah, Mystery box number 1 apparently is one featured right now, basically. Next one's actually also Kineo, apparently. For Fun's Mafia Rugby. And then Straight Olator Dunes, whatever, apparently. Will be whatever the next one is, basically. Probably stunt racing, it looks like. Yes, indeed. Alright, penultimate one for the legacy platforms is PGP Noodle Cup. And then the last one apparently be QTR Flagstone Circuit, which is not looking to be for stunt race. That is open wheel apparently. Okay. I'll wait until I can get the proper thing here. For this game being weird. Whatever. Yeah, QTR Flagstone Circuit. Apparently we'll beat out last one. That's for the legacy platforms of those 7 basically. So those will be regular money obviously on the newer platforms, but they should be increased it seems for money on legacy platforms basically. basically. Those 7 should be the 3 times, 2 times for the legacy platforms instead of the ones that are on this platform set basically that I'm on. Alright, so starting with Binky's Unknown. Starting to see some random transform action on here. There's only this update where they introduced it too, right? I think. Could be wrong, but they might have introduced it this update. Maybe that's why they're only recently featuring them. Yeah, default's to 2 laps, so do 1 lap though. Just not do it for long, of course. Standard non-contact is all options you get. Right. Traffic lock to high. HSW mods enabled. Hopefully there's actually HSW in it then. Oh, po. No reason not to if it's for next gen only. But still. But then again, it's not Rockstar that makes the vehicle decisions, it's more the creators, I think, that do. So Startup Hospital is not HSW at all, despite that setting. 1 level is off, catch up is off, with the option turn it to other settings, option on with the option for off. And boost on go is apparently off at default for this one. Okay. Alright, and that's what the map looks like apparently. But I don't think there's too much use of analyzing it, honestly, since like fucking do you even get to choose your own vehicle in this, like one of your own vehicles? I kind of forget, honestly. God, fuck ass body, bro. Come on. We want to free mode stuff, why not? Yeah, you don't get to choose your own vehicle in these, so yeah, I didn't really know secure to analyze. Feels a lot of time top speed, so I showed the map though if people want to, of course. Yeah, I very much did show the map off if people want to, of course. The Impaler LX or something? What's that I got here? Yeah, boost on go was off, right. So it felt like it had perfect timing, but yeah, it was off. It seemed at default. Or it's Impaler SC, not the LX, right? Or I should have known it was SC, not the LX. My bad. Okay, I personally got the Atali GTO next. So yeah, you can get used to HSW though, obviously, right? It's pretty much completely random. But Atali GTO is a pretty good sports car. It's not HSW though, unfortunately. The Vivid Knight, that is actually HSW right there, actually. Speaking of HSW, I kind of rigged it in my favor there, didn't I? Vagrant, I have that. I have all these so far, I believe. Definitely as customs. Definitely do. We have very good off-road vehicle there. Panto I actually do not have. Kind of want the Panto. I think there was some reason I wanted a Panto, I believe. I had it at one point, but I sold it, but I was like very early in the game. Very Panto, yes, very much early in the game. Warner. Oh wow, I could get this at the showroom if I want, apparently. Yeah, I don't have it though. I don't have much reason to want the Warner per se, personally. And yeah, that's sedan, right? Not muscle. I forget if I said if it was a muscle car for some reason. Castigator, the free vehicle you get for tier 4 dollar bounties. Cool, cool. Tornado Rat Rod, I do have this actually. Pretty fun Halloweenish themed vehicle. That was in the Buggers DLC. Baller Hell yeah. I don't have a Baller yeah, actually, right? I have the armored one, just not the regular one, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, obviously I have the armored one, so that's the more useful one, not the unarmored one. The Neon. Don't actually have the Neon, it's an electric vehicle. I don't know why I wouldn't have the Neon. Oh yeah, probably because Doomsday Heist has its own property with the facility, which doesn't have the most storage slots, so that might be kind of why I don't have that. Posted. And with the post-to of all things, come on. Like one of the worst, if not the worst, tuners to cost vehicle of the game. Bruh. Yeah. It was alright, it was pretty fun, obviously. It's going to depend very much on what vehicles you get. Mostly though. Yeah, I like seeing some randoms in 9th gen here for community series, definitely. I'd say obviously I'm not doing that one. Yeah, I'm not doing that because that's not having new apparently. But it's for some reason for times. Only like 5 of them were even new, apparently. That's race, so that'll be for later. It's between these two then. Yeah, so yeah, Chapar Rally I actually think was the next one if I remember right. Yeah, that definitely was the next one for sure. For sure. If not, not necessarily a big deal, I guess. Non-contact standard GTA Rally. I think it was non-contact at the fall, right? You know what, let me just go back, I guess. Might as well also be hella sure that was the next one I want to do anyways. Alright, yeah, it's fountain here apparently. That's fine. I got 12k for that, so cool. Alright, 60,122,914. K. This one seems more traditional. This one's only up to 20 players for some reason. Okay, that's kind of weird. 20 players feels kind of weird on the requirement there, but okay. Alright, yeah, it was defaulted to non-contact. I was just being absolutely sure. So I'm not a non-contact person. Not that I do dirty racing, obviously, but like, I don't force myself to do dirty racing at least, though. But yeah, fucking. I don't know. Having it as default, I feel is kind of pussy-like. No, I feel. Yeah, default's just sports classics apparently. Sports, motorcycles, off-road, tuner, compact, sedans, speed, muscle, sports classics again. Okay. So there's 9 classes to choose from, it seems. Sports classic sports does not have HSW, looks like. Motorcycles, no. Off-road will allow for HSW, it seems so. I don't know if it's because of the weirdness with the off-road, like how it got later on. I think when they initially added it, you can like choose HSW for that unless it was like, unless you went from like another class to off-road, basically. I believe. So I don't know if that has something to do with that or what. It looks like it was for sports classics. Traffic forced off on this one. Restricted off, restricted off, restricted off, restricted. Off on one level. Level. Boost on go is defaulted on this one, it looks like. Alright, let me go back again, just in case, since I was going for the costs like crazy after all. And might as well be out the interior, I guess, for now. Sure. But yes. Chapar Rally. Since it's not unknown or something, so I'm not sure if it's 100% new. I don't know if the game could glitched up and this isn't new. But for me, it's not checkmarked at least, so I'm doing it, basically. But yes. Pussy ass non-contact is default, so I'll just keep it that way, I guess, since it doesn't matter since I'm solo anyways, but still. Obviously, again, just doing one lap though. Sports Classics was in fact default. Traffic forced off, all that other kind of stuff I showed earlier. Alright, this one, yeah, mostly lap time looking, obviously. Maybe near the end, if anything, would have much of a straight. It looks like. It's Vestra? Okay, so talk to the Sylvester. That's interesting. It looks like for the sports classics, at least. At least I have one because it has stuff from machine guns on it as an option. I think they added it back to the vehicle website as well. I think when they added like a lock-on jammer to it, I think it has a lock-on jammer to it. So if you don't have a custom, I think you can still buy one. I think you can still buy one as well if you don't have it custom. By the way. If you want like advantage on the race. See, I think I added back with Agent Sabotage since I think yeah, they added like a lock-on chamber on it, so yeah, I think you can get it again with Agent Sabotage if it was faulted previously. I think it was that one at least. Yeah, one lock to the sports classics like this, I don't think I remember, so it is actually probably new for the current community series, and it's probably not glitched to like doesn't have a checkmark from before for some reason or anything. I think sometimes it doesn't mark it for some reason. Sylvester would have a use for that, finally again. Because, quite frankly, for machine guns and possibly even lock-on jammers, not necessarily enough to use it on a frequent basis. So anything that gets me using again is always good. So yeah, these two again apparently aren't even new. That's why they already have check marks on them. They might have been featured from like the last one again for some reason. I don't know why, but yeah, they didn't make it too apparent if they were new or not. But they have checks on them, so I assume they're not. I just did that one. That's open wheel. I did that. So I think it pretty much leaves dirty random freeways. The next one then. That one then. Oh, that one then. So we just go over the options. Basically. Yeah, this one was a random transform as well. Right. Standard, non-contact. Yep, maybe only two options for those. It seems. This one defaults free laps apparently. Yeah, I'll do one lap out. See, so I don't do it for so long or anything. Just to show what it's like. Basically, is all volume for this all. I don't know. I kind of liked the Sylvester. I did kind of like the Sylvester exclusive, like sports classic racer. I think it was fun enough. Give use for the Sylvester that one. Makes me appreciate it, honestly. For the previous one to give a little bit of thought on it, I guess. Not like an expert review or anything on these like GTA like race things and everything that I play per se, but still. This already starts disabled. Okay. Kinda wanna enable that, but I mean if it starts as that then I'll keep it. So yeah, I'll go back in I guess and just make sure. But yeah, one level off. Alright, advanced medium's the default. Catch up on this one. Substream on default for this. And just the rest of it, I guess. Based on go is automatically on this one, which I think was off on the last random one. That would not be eligible for roughly 1322's like random like structuring or something, and not having random R dot apparently. Like all or whatever. But I'm kinda fucking with but now I'm kinda kidding around now. But no, Steer said that's kinda what they require, I think, for theirs. Which is kind of a bit crazy. A little crazy, I guess, but no, I kinda get it too. Having like a streamlined system makes for some good random stuff, I guess. Guess. Kinda guess, I guess. So Hernia likes to be a bitch again, apparently. Yeah, stupid Hernia, you better get all this shit out of your system and shit. Fucking I have a dentist appointment today. For fuck's sakes. Alright, so it's faster one, that's 1,310 apparently. Yeah, I was doing a good job with that too, and I actually want another thing more, I think, than that. It's standard. This one not non-contact default. I don't know. Whatever. Yeah, it does apparently seem HSW is disabled at default. I forget if the setting even works on this stuff though. If I remember right, the HSW setting doesn't work on the random stuff though, for the user created stuff though, if I remember, which is interesting. So I don't even know if that's going to even work if I do get a HSW vehicle. Basically. So that might actually be a lie. It might not even end up being disabled on this because it might not even work on this if I remember hearing already. Basically. Yeah, I think all that's good. Yeah. Alright, I'll still look at it. Gee. Okay, no wonder it was free laps to the default. It's tiny. But still, I just show them off, basically. So that's fine, technically. Oh, these you can't see the map if you go into your products cannot choose a vehicle. Let's go and see it one more time, see if I can, see a bit more. But again, it doesn't really matter when it's random. You can't choose a certain vehicle to start in. Yeah, fucking player outfit, helmet. Yeah, that's good. Really. This is my Dukes, one of my Dukes. I think it's my regular Dukes, I believe. Yeah, I think the regular one has the flags. It doesn't seem like the beater one. Which means it's like the only other Dukes I can really think of. Beeson literally does a corner like right in front of us, and it's a little weird. Seven checkpoints. Okay, what even is this one? Is this just one vehicle and just randomly chosen to start? Weird. No wonder it just how he's disabled, doesn't really matter on one like this then. Oh shit, yo, the train. Okay, that's cool. Shortest thing ever, I feel. That was on road record somehow, was it? I don't presume so, obviously. I got the Dukes of all vehicles. I think it was regular Dukes, right? I forget if I was checking much. Sure it was regular Dukes, not the beater, I'd surely imagine. I think that was like my regular Dukes. So yeah, that's open wheel. I don't know if else are doing that still. I did 3 new ones already. There's 2 ones that were featured again for some reason. Oh yes, I think that is next in, because there's a deathmatch one as well then. Or Kindle, I think it might have been. Whatever one it was. Something like that anyways. Alright, 25 players, don't these go up to 30 again? It might be like a weird restriction like the 20 player one. Weird. Not sure how they decide on restrictions like that, but okay. On the creator side of things, not even Rockstar, but whoever actually creates those. But standard on contact is all there is for open wheel as well, apparently, just like the fucking random ones, of course. Starting with 4 laps, apparently this one is. Again, I'll just do 1 now. Alright, shows it like you can change the class, but I'm literally moving the analog and you cannot. Just open wheel. I don't know why it's the arrows for it then, but okay. Okay. Current for Sunday weather. Traffic off at default, but can be turned to different settings if you want on this one. It's in this one. If that will even matter, I don't really know. I don't necessarily think it does though. 1 level off at default. Custom vehicles on. Catch up forced off on this apparently. But you could change slipstream from on to off if you want. Alright. Yeah, just in case I accidentally changed anything and realize or something, or my analog sticks on change something or whatever, it didn't seem like it, I'll just go back in. Might as well. Okay, it's body boy. Come on. Come on now. Not that. This. So again, after that, I think it was just ones that had a check mark on them, even though they're part of the thing, so they might have been brought over from like the month before, or they might just returned a couple for whatever reason, but didn't make them most apparent according to the newswire or anything. But this has a check for me, and again, I don't go out the way of I do not go out the way to play user created content that much, so would have surely already been on here at some point then. Which I didn't remember the most on that, but I definitely was like, this one definitely seemed familiar to me, and that's 3 times again, apparently. Even though I think it debuted like last time. Wasn't it just being last time too? I forget. Either way, it already has a check, so I'm not doing it. No, I'm not going to do it if it already has a check mark on it, no. No. It's just standard one. Can I even change the class country? What it makes it look like? Of course. Been open wheel after all. I don't know why it even has arrows there though. It's kind of weird. Though. That's what the map looks like apparently on there. It's always pretty much one defensive option though when it comes to open wheel, especially with only 4 of them. Like yeah, there's apparently 3 different performances for all of them, but I think roughly 1 for each 2 also consolidated. The spreadsheet only have like 1 for each vehicle, I think, as well. So even more so, there's pretty much one best option, really. Really. But I'll be honest, even though that other previous one was like pretty small, it was actually pretty fun with the training gimmick with it, I guess. And then having like one random vehicle each time, I guess. So if you put the multiple laps, it will probably change it, of course, each lap, and then you might keep having to train. I don't know. Maybe it's like barely ever there, and I just got lucky or something. Probably even. I'm guessing. Regardless, it sure made it cool for sure. For me. But yeah, I think it's the BRA, or it's a really good one. Pretty sure. Check on the spreadsheet just to make sure though. Just to make sure though. From Perfect 1 for 2-2, of course. Yeah, the first place lap time, first place top speed is in fact for the BR8. Yes, indeed, for the one singular S tier open wheel vehicle. Basically. But I don't care about the hardness per se, especially when I'm doing it for 1 lap. Remove, walk helmet, cut through. Yeah, okay, I'm good. Okay, really, body? Come on. And yeah, this one's a lot more complicated around the boost. Whatever. Okay, I got it though. 19 checkpoints. Chris is ready if I want to try to use it. I feel one of this one was been a great one to use it, or at least I was talking to crazy. Or whatever. Alright, well there would have been a good spot to use it apparently. I just didn't realize sooner, basically. Oh shit. And I got enough somehow, forgot all about this kind of wind and stuff. Alright. Did I really truly earn all that, or did it kind of just was me like letting go of the Star Raider and stuff? I don't know. Let's see when I didn't necessarily have to, but whatever. I'll just stay here and zip it in here again. But yeah, honestly, I don't know. I'm not the biggest open wheel person, especially with the lack of amount of vehicles for it and stuff, honestly, so that alone would probably just make me choose this as the least favorite, and like I liked just Bester particular race and in the random ones. So. Is there any other one I'm kind of forgetting though as well? While I'm at it though. Yeah, I don't know. I do think this was definitely the weakest one for race though. Just my personal preference, really. There's probably people out there that do prefer open wheel just because like the skill with the boost on go and like the tire hardness and that kind of stuff. I wouldn't doubt people prefer that type of race type for that, but my preferences for races is based on like vehicles and all kinds of stuff, like the basics. Don't need those hardcore features to make it the greatest or most interesting, really. Really. Got 8K for that, apparently. But yeah. There was also not deathmatch, but honestly, and not that again. Again, I'm just so used to doing that many, man. And again. I didn't do this one this like stream, of course, and it already has a check mark. Sorry, stupid hernia being a bitch, god damn. Yes, goddamn fucking steed. Yeah, again, I didn't do this one on the stream, and it has the check mark. Same goes with the Kart Cross Koala Cup. Oh my fuck, that's Gotti's stupid ass body. Yes, I did not do the Hot Ring crossover in the stream and the Kart Cross Koala Cup, and yet those still have check marks. Apparently, so with that being the case, I'm just not gonna bother with trying out deathmatch. Again, I always show in invite onlys you can never really get people in invite onlys. You pretty much have to go public lobbies to feel nowadays in the game for some reason. You used to be able to invite people in invite onlys. I don't know why they changed that at some point. I think it was like early on in like the 9th gen days they did that kind of in like the first year of 9th gen. And ever since that I've not been able to get like invites going in like invite only lobbies for the most part, really. I don't know if it's just a glitch with certain characters like mine, or if it's actually like how the game works nowadays, or like what. Like honestly though. It's fucking annoying though. I wish you could invite people invite only like you used to be able to. So maybe I'll try ones like that then. But honestly, since 2 of them already had check marks on them, already like the 2 free time ones had check marks on them already, because when they featured in previous months or something, I'm just not going to bother even wasting my time on that like I do all the other times anyways. Anyways, just to clear things up there, basically. See, I'm pretty sure those two must have featured before since they have check marks on them. And I especially remember the koala one because might have been in the last month, even or if in the like last couple months, even at least. So that's why I'm not doing those ones, because yeah, they already had checks on them. And I would have played them in other months that would have meant then, and then as part of the community series, not just randomly, since I don't really play community content much, for user created content much. But yeah, same thing like adversary modes. If you're over any of that content, you don't really make more than like a couple 100,000 an hour, I would say, no matter like how you go about it, really, for that stuff, really. Whether it be on the 3 times or the 2 times, if you need it, I would say. But appearance discount stuff remaining, I think, at this point, which would be pretty much any discounts already mentioned, or obviously basically the ones that haven't been mentioned for the most part. Also, I've not found the gun van yet, so I haven't gone over all the gun van content. So also have not found the gun van, which I go over whenever I find the gun van, if I do. Otherwise, I save it towards like the end of the stream, like the other discounts. That's pretty much all that's remaining, I think, to go over. Kind of. Or at least if they go from the newswire, that is. Because like there's a salvage yard, like weekly targets to go over, technically speaking. I want to do my stash house, HSW town trial, all that stuff. So I'm basically on the remaining stuff, really at this point. Okay, so for fun's sakes, go through the Cuban 800 again, and use the venture for us to get over to the salvage yard, I guess, guys. Also, there's party file as well, actually. Let me do that quickly here. Alright, so for 2 times, this time it is the Project Breakaway file, which means you're going to do it 1 time for the week for double the amount for 150 and for 300, I mean, instead of 150, for 300,000 instead of 150,000, yes, indeed. This between, alright, okay, I was about to say, I think it should. I think it should. Exactly what I thought would be the case, and turned out it was, so awesome. I don't think it's been past here, though. I don't really think. Maybe I'm wrong, though, and it could, but regardless, I don't see much of a reason to go past that.
Hey, see you around.
Hey, see you on the flip side.
But yes. So yeah, I always find it funny, though, this one actually makes you do it manually for the CLMC and not for the computer. When this literally released after the update that did the register as a boss thing, where you could do it for the computer and stuff, or where they consolidated the CLMC menus into one menu, basically. But yes. Alright, so Vapid Care 4x4 vehicle that was actually in the trailer too for the Grand Theft Auto 6 trailer, pretty cool. Not sure if that's why they're choosing it here, but yeah, it's pretty early on in the trailer, like Brian Header's vehicle or whatever the fuck all. Fucking has a max sell value of $263,000 and salvage value of $210,400. Or right. I kind of got distracted out the GTA 6 thing, but yeah. Yeah, going to YouTube for GT series videos actually. So yeah, 2 notifications, okay. I don't know, do I have a notification I want to waste somehow, or what? I don't even know on my YouTube, it's 2 notifications. Didn't say uploaded 2 videos though, or whatever for what notification I got though. Whatever. Oh well. YouTube, okay, there we go. To go on a GT series videos, community post to go over a little more information for these. But yes. So a low range vehicle, whatever. low range vehicle, whatever. Yes. D. Is yet a Vapid Care 4x4 from the Diamond Casino Resort DLC again. Brian Heater's whatever's vehicle in the GTA 6 trailer he was next to, and like some of the early moments of that trailer. fucking. I think some here. Is there much I want to say here, really? But yeah, apparently it's going to be for the gangbanger robbery. For the robbery it's going to be for. Don't know the vanity play, but it doesn't matter too much when they're not claimable anyways, honestly, I would say. But yeah, I guess from there, I think I only have to mention Max sale value and salvage value again, 263,000 and then $210,400 for the sale value, salvage value. And then onto the opening feaster. I forget. This one might have been Diamond Casino Resort as well. I completely forget, honestly. But I think so. Sports car from it. DLC, like this one's off-road, this one's sports, whatever. Yeah, this one is the mid-tier, mid-range vehicle, whatever. For the Duggan robbery, apparently it's in the arena, the one in the arena for the Duggan robbery. Has a max sell value of 346,000 as well as a salvage value of $276,800. And then, last but not least, the Vicer Neo. Apparently you're... Just like the Caracar 4x4, at least it's a Diamond Casino Resort DLC vehicle, so for some reason they want to do all free from that DLC. The Vista very much could be Diamond Casino Resort as well. Vehicle is actually pretty unique with the vehicle manufacturer of it. Only Vicer vehicle in the game, I believe, for the Vicer Neo, actually. But yeah, it's the top range vehicle, whatever, basically, and it is part of the podium robbery, apparently. And it has the max sell value of $400,000 with a salvage value of $320,000. Basically. It's very much lineup with stuff there, basically. No claimable stuff though, unfortunately though. But that's what they are regardless, since they do change each event week. Yeah, by the way, the Caracar 4x4 there did actually recently the Lock-on Jammer and Agent Sabotage DLC, by the way, for that one. It's a fun fact for that vehicle as well. as well for a fun fact for that vehicle too. That, yeah, the Caracar 4x4 only in the Agent Sabotage DLC just recently got the missile Lock-on Jammer treatment. So that was cool. That was cool. Vicer Neo actually might have got the 2 actually for the Neo for sure. Vista I don't think did though. Don't think. Actually, hold on. Yeah, not quite ready. Might as well just go for the discount since I'm not going anywhere much till the stash house at this point. This point. Yeah, definitely don't think I'm going anywhere till stash house at least. So yeah, I should probably just go over as many discounts as I can right now at the area I'm currently at, basically. But yeah, okay. So agency stuff to go over for property apparently is what I'll do first here. Basically. Now that is on the Dynasty Executive before I gonna go for closure, which has most of the stuff basically. So agencies were already half off, I believe, for plus. Yeah, for the general event there's 30%, and I believe it'd still be 50, I believe, for plus. So nothing really changed much on the plus side, I don't think. I don't assume it stacks for 80%, because that would be ridiculous, I feel, if it did. So I assume it's just still 50 for plus. So cheapest one looks to go from 2,010,000 to 1,407,000 for 30%. The 2,145,000 goes to 1,501,500. It looks like 30%. 2,415,000 goes to $1,690,500. It looks like on 30%. And then I have the not cheapest. I have the most expensive one. I mean, so yeah, I don't think I can really show that one off price-wise much. For the basic property. Yeah, let me actually do on the cheapest one actually, so I can actually show the most expensive things too, I guess. I guess. Yes, fuck ass hernia, man. Come on. Yeah, for art, complete cosmic art, 265,000 over 185,500. Like, about 80k off. And then 340,000, 238,000, $102,000 off there, apparently. Yeah, 28,500 or so many years, so 145,950, 242,500, 162,750, 259,500. It looks like 181, 650. It seems 286,500 to 200, 550. Looks like this one's $322,500, $225,700, and then 360,000 to 252,000 on that one. 400,500 to 280,000. 50 on that one. Looks like. And hospitalities looks like $442,500 to $309,750. Okay. And yeah, that's all, by the way, for complete cosmic wallpaper. Complete cosmic highlight, let's see. Straight up 100,000, 70,000 for like $30,000 off, 100% off, obviously. It makes sense. And then Armory. Yeah, the Armory is definitely one of the more interesting ones, along with the other two below. But Armory is basically kind of like ammunition for the property. However, the gun van obviously is more the later exclusive weapons, so you can't get gun van exclusives obviously here, pretty much. You can get a couple weapons, you cannot get the ammunition though, for sure. Even with the gun van changing at least the alien weapons, I think alien weapons used to show up here all the time. Until the gun van came out, basically, and then they're exclusive to that, basically. But yes. Yeah, it's kind of ammunition, but it does also have kind of exclusive access to the stun gun and the compact EMP launcher. Stun guns are good for survival tier 4, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, such as PC enhanced. Or stun guns, of course, very heavily used for the like $1 bounties contents. For the previous DLC, which is pretty cool, of course. And then fucking Yeah, compact EMP launcher is a pretty good utility weapon. Stop vehicles in their path. However, the only vehicle that actually stops the weaponry for, I believe, is the buzzard. Any other weapon can still actually any other vehicle, I mean, can still use their weapons, though. Like, if they were still active, just cannot move, basically, is all. Buzzard's the only weapon. Buzzard is just the only vehicle that's weapons tied to engine. Every other vehicle with weapons are not tied directly to the engine. So just be aware of that. Apparently. But yes. And then you can also use compact EMP launcher on a motorcycle, pretty sure. So that'll be good for stopping moving vehicles if you're actively on a motorcycle. I believe you can use it on boats as well, but you're probably not getting much use of the compact EMP launcher on boats. It's basically another version of the compact grenade launcher that's free right now, but yeah, it's one that like has the EMP kind of grenade kind of thing, like kind of similar to the EMP mines you could do for the Arena War DLC. All that kind of stuff really. And then yeah, you can also buy armor here, by the way, so one of the best ways you could get armor for sure is probably having your spawn location set to agency if you have a combination in this armory, so that's cool. I believe you can also get Mark II stuff here, which you cannot do at the ammunition, stuff like that, so yeah, there's a couple exclusive weapons I think is the most worthwhile thing here. For like temporary stuff and then more permanent stuff, you might be able to do Mark II stuff, and then yeah, buy armor here, which is some more interesting things to do there. No doubt. Accommodation allows you to spawn at the property. Yeah, that one's 720,000, 4,000. This one's 75,000, 2,500 apparently. Which is a little over 80k in savings, like 8,500 maybe savings there. Whatever. For example. But yeah. Yes. Yeah, accommodation should allow you to spawn there. Yes, indeed. Very good spawning property, especially when you're grinding 200, 201 security contracts. If you do for the 20k in safe income every 48 minutes. Still, if you go constant only lobbies, if you don't get like certain difficulty maybe for like a thing or whatever, then yeah, whatever. And then onto vehicle workshop though, Yeah, vehicle workshop going from, is that 800,000 over to 560,000? So is that 800,000 over 560,000? Yes, indeed. So $240,000 off of that vehicle workshop, 30% off, really. But yeah, it's the only place where you can do the like missile lock-on jammer remote control unit if you do not own the Plus subscription on the PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X/S, PC Enhanced. Only place to do on 8th gen consoles for a bunch of those modifications for legacy platforms, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC Legacy. So very useful as long as you don't have Plus, especially. But yeah, they still utilize the vehicle workshop to this day pretty heavily. Like I mentioned, they added a bunch of missile lock-on jammers to existing vehicles basically in this update, since they pretty much did exactly 20 proper money-tech vehicles before that with the contract to $1 bounties basically. And finding agent sabotage since we had a 20, I think, for like agency vehicles. I guess they like mine tech vehicles opened it up to like more traditional stuff. Maybe with this update, agent sabotage with all the things that got locked on jammer this update. Basically. So there's a lot of interesting news you can get out of the vehicle workshop. There's definitely a lot of interesting news you can definitely get out of this vehicle workshop, no doubt. So that property stuff's pretty good for 30% off, but again, I think it should still be 50, not 80 for plus, since I don't think they stack, obviously, because that'd be ridiculous if you only had to pay like 20% of everything. Like, actually though. And then, yeah, the mine tech upgrades, I'm trying to think maybe to go a little more in details if there's any more than missile lock on jammer remote control unit. Those are just the two that are into money tech, like, Simeon, come on. Yes. Yeah, those are just the two that are in the money tech section. There's other upgrades, technically, that you can only do in the, like, the vehicle workshop and stuff, like the armor plating, for example. I'm not sure if that counts as that. Forced glass, again, as I kind of mentioned, comes standard. Adding the like front-mounted machine guns on some of his vehicles, I think would technically require the like agency vehicle workshop or the plus like property for the plus property thing. Yes, indeed, possibly. So that might also count for 30% off, not 100%. Possibly slip mines could count for that. 30% off, depending on how they classify the Monitech upgrades. But if it's truly just stuff that's in the Monitech section, then it's just missile lock on jammer remote control unit. There are the only two things that are ever in the Monitech section, like the modification menu. Basically. But yes. So I think from there, I pretty much want to go over main vehicle discounts really. Yeah, see me on vehicle list, whatever. But yeah, I don't think any arena stuff is on there, as probably expected. Same with Benny's probably been too. Yeah, I don't think Benny's has anything either. Yeah, they haven't done plane stuff for a while, ever since they were doing a bunch of that leading up to Oscar Guzman, and Fights again, even a bit after. So it makes sense for some plane stuff, it looks like. So yeah, Legendary I think should have the first set of discounts, pretty much for anything in the store we need to go through. Including a pretty recent one with the last couple DLCs in its featured section. The ENS Paragon S apparently. Now, I don't think this has a trade price, so other like newer Minetech things I don't think do have trade prices. Since they're not tied directly into like a store or anything like the contract ones are, obviously, kind of. But yes. But ENS Paragon estimates go from $2,010,000 to $1,470,000 apparently here. But yeah, this one, I believe, does this one have armor plating actually? I think it does, if I remember right on this one. I want to say this one does have armor plating. I don't think it's electric though, so it's probably going to be like pretty standard armor plating for a Minetech standards, like the two I already went through earlier in the stream for the Granger for 600 and like LX and like the Italia GTO Stinger TT, whatever. I think will be the same armor. I think it'll be the same armor as those, where they might take like a couple few like rockets at most or something. I don't believe this one has fluorescent glass as well, just like the Italia GTO Stinger TT. So I don't think it has the fluorescent glass, unlike the Granger for 600 LX, whatever. No front-mount machine guns for this, because again, it's just the initial contract patch has those. I believe this one does have slick mines. And then this one, yeah. Again, I don't think it's electric, so probably just supposed to go to a missile lock-on jammer. But yeah, you can also go remote control unit on this one for sure. Unlike the ones they add like lock-on jammer support to in Agent Sabotage, which is just a bunch of older vehicles that didn't bother with the remote control unit for really. Yes, goddamn fucking steed. So I think you can do either remote, like, I think you can, yes, do either missile lock-on jammer or remote control unit, but yeah. I don't think there's much to do with the remote control unit on this one, so probably supposed to go missile lock-on jammer, really. And also, by the way, with this vehicle, there might be like a certain spoiler or something that might actually allow you to get full back protection on this vehicle, if I remember hearing right. So you actually might be pretty protected on this vehicle in the back if you do like a certain spoiler or something, if I recall right from what I've heard, really. So this actually might be a pretty good Minetech vehicle. Not gonna lie. But I don't think it just has a Minetech like the lock-on jammer remote control unit like other ones do. I think this one actually does have like the armor and like slick mines as well, at least. And then yeah, it does have that gimmick possibly with the spoiler that can protect the like back entirely, if I remember right. Which kind of makes it like the Patriot Mill spec or whatever for plus right now as well. But it naturally makes sense that could be candidacy for discounting, since it is a contract themed event and Minetech is a huge part of the contract DLC. Alright, next on to the Tundra Panther, which should be the only Tundra vehicle of the whole game. Pretty sure, as it currently stands. Yeah, 30% off. I want to say all these vehicles are probably 30% off things. Yes, indeed. They do all seem to be 30% off discounts. But yeah, from $2,170,000 to $1,519,000. I don't believe it has a trade price at all. So that should be what it is for everybody here. For the over $600,000 off on it. It looks like over $650,000 off, even just barely. In fact, it's like $651,000 off exactly, it seems. It has a unique vehicle manufacturer not found on another vehicle just yet in the game, so if anything, GTA 6 could maybe what actually like gets it game more vehicles for the manufacturer for Tundra. Yes. Being unique for the vehicle manufacturer, I think makes it kind of worthwhile to pick up. Besides for that, I don't remember it performing great for the sports class. It's a sports car, but it doesn't actually perform that great, if I remember right. Yes, that's got info SD. And yeah, I think it's from Los Santos Drug Wars DLC, if I didn't say that part yet. Right. But yes. In the sports class, apparently, this has... Okay, well, actually it's in the I tier to start off right for the sports class. Which apparently gives it 81st place for lap time, as well as 35th place for top speed. But again, there's like 115 vehicles for sports class, I think I said already in the stream. So that's below average already right off the bat for lap time, which is terrible, which is a more important metric. Top speed's only in the 30s as well, which is not great at all. If you take away all the HSW, even though when it gets to the 29th, I just don't really think this is really a good performance vehicle. I think it's more worth collecting it for the unique vehicle manufacturer. I think it's the main reason to really get it, honestly. Zero is not that amazing. Aside for the unique vehicle manufacturer, I would definitely say. Definitely would say. And then onto the Cost Q Broadway for same DLC. Apparently they eventually add the lock-on jammer to this. Okay, interesting. Must have been this update then. Pretty sure on that. But aside for that, it does have the ability to be used in taxi work as long as you use the actual taxi livery on it, pretty sure. So that's something. So you can actually use it for taxi work for like a more interesting money opportunity, like a more unique money opportunity for the vehicle. But really, taxi customs the way to go on taxi work, but still it's an option at least. But yes indeed. So 30% off takes it from 925,000 over 647,500. I forget if this has a trade price, it might not for the actual vehicle. It might just have like the taxi livery for taxi work pretty much. And now the lock-on jammer. It's like interesting things for it, maybe. Yeah, technically I guess since it has a money opportunity and it's kind of more unique, I don't necessarily have to go over performance, but like there's not too much going for it. But it's Classic Q, which is an order manufacturer, I think, but it's the only vehicle for Grand Theft Auto 5 online, I think, that uses Classic Q, so it does make it kind of unique, I think. But it's a muscle car, it's not going to perform that great, though, if I remember right. If I remember right, it doesn't perform that great for muscle car class, so as expected when you just look at it, though, to be fair, but still. But it's at the bottom of the K tier, apparently, which gives it 68th place for a lap time, which is garbage. It is again at the bottom of K tier, yes, for the muscle car class. Which apparently gives it 68th place, which is garbage as hell. Out of the 86 muscle cars it looks like there is in the game currently. But yeah, bottom K tier 68th place is just not good at all. And it's even worse for top speed as well, being 73rd place for top speed. Yeah, no matter how you slice it, it's below average for both lap time and top speed, so really, it is also a returning vehicle, by the way, from Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, so it is a retro nostalgic vehicle from Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, so that's cool. So besides for getting it for San Andreas throwbacks, like retro nostalgicness, taxi work and the lock-on jammer, there's not too much reason to go for it. Oh, and also the Class Q vehicle manufacturer is pretty unique for this vehicle, in this particular title at least. So there's a few interesting reasons, I guess, to get it, but yeah, besides for that, not really too worthwhile, really. And also, here it's the NIS 300R, it looks like, for a discount. This one is actually a Monty Tech vehicle as well, by the way. Lock-on jammer, control unit, silk lines, armor plane, okay. So it says feature, I think it has as much features as the Paragon S and the Stinger TT, basically. Not obviously as much as the Green Reaper 600 LX though, because again, it's one of the initial contract DLC batch, so that obviously is one of the more feature-rich ones. But yeah, it goes from $2,075,000 over to $1,452,500, which is a little over $600,000 off. And also, fucking, what's it called? What's it called? Trying to remember. Oh yeah, I think I was just gonna say I don't think there's much of a trade price for this one or anything. I don't think it's involved in like missions or anything for to have a trade price much or anything. From the Drug Wars DLC particularly, at least. But yeah, lock-on jammer. But yeah, the armor plating, for the order I like to go for it. Armor plating, silk lines. Yeah, I don't think it has worse glass, by the way, as well, since that's not a modification. So again, if it says feature, it's just a Stinger GT, Paragon S. But yeah, it has armor plating, silk lines, the lock-on chamber, or the remote control unit. Either one of those two, since you cannot do both at the same time. Again, I don't think this one's electric, so there's not too much purpose for the remote control units. Probably just best to go to lock-on jammer on this one, really. Since the opposite does not differ amount of machine guns, so in the contract DLC batch had that, like I said before, for sure on this particular stream. But it's a pretty good vehicle for the capabilities it has. It could be a good vehicle. Could be a good free mode vehicle for like a tank vehicle or something. Something. And anything else for two-door here? I wonder. Didn't look like it for two-door. There. Alright, there is the ENS Jubilee though for four-door. It looks like at least as well to go free on this website though. And this is a contract DLC one, so it is one of the more feature-rich ones in the whole game for Monty Tech standards. But yeah, 30% off on a trade price. This one actually does have a trade price since it is initial contract DLC batch, like I kind of say. On discount, we only get like less than 400k in savings, so with the trade price, though. However, it will bring it to 6 digits from 1,237,500 to $866,250, which is pretty nice. It will make it 6 digit, which makes it a very budget friendly Monty Tech vehicle. But yeah, has armor plating, not electric as well, so it's pretty much the same kind of armor plating I've already mentioned, where it's going to be like a couple few rockets or something from the like free RPG, for example. It will have doors glass on it, so the windows will be a bit resistant to bullets at least, so that's good. This might even have like a sunroof it's kind of looking like or something, so it might be even better for this vehicle in the slightest. Yes, 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 God invoice. Yes, 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 yes. Seems to kind of have a sunroof going there, so it actually might be even better for this vehicle than if you're going to be able to get kind of shot up there on a rare occasion or something. But yes, yes, yes. Does have front mounted machine guns to it, again being an initial contract DLC batch. Silk mines. And then, yeah, you have the option with the missile lock-on chamber remote control unit. Again, not electric, because none of the initial contract batch are electric. So, definitely one to do for missile lock-on chamber, I would say, since it is a SUV, which is going to be a lower class of vehicles, basically. Basically. God damn you, stupid fucking heart. Yeah, come on. Yes. Yeah, SUV is a slower class of vehicles, so yeah. Definitely want to want the missile lock-on jammer on this one. It's not electric for get much use of the remote control unit, but it is an initial contract batch with the front machine guns that could be useful for the remote control unit, technically speaking. If he absolutely did want to run it for some reason. And that was it for Legendary, it looks like. And I believe that was actually it for the Money Tech discounts, by the way, just so people are aware, basically. So any remaining vehicle is not a Money Tech, at least for like full Money Tech, not counting just pure lock-on jammer, which could maybe still be a thing. But I'm not putting too much thought into that, by the way, right now. So I think the last four are all probably going to be for Southern San Andreas. Doesn't look like any remaining ones will be for Warstock or Dock Tees. And obviously not the cycle website, so yeah, I think Southern San Andreas has all the remaining vehicle discounts, for like the last four of them, it looks like to me. Seems to me. Yes, indeed. Fuck ass body, bro. Come on, no. Alright, so starting off looks to be the Volcar Warner HKR. Starting off with this website seems to be the Volcar Warner HKR, which is actually a tuner subclass vehicle, so that means you can use it for your tuner's content, for your street races, pursuit races, robbery contracts, all that kind of stuff, really. Fuck ass, burning everything. Come on. SSSD. Beyond trade price goes from 945,000 to 661,500. Again, 945,000, 1,500 on a trade price. So it is under $1 million on a trade price, which is cool, I guess. Yeah, under $300,000 off. Not the greatest, but still, it's already getting pretty cheap, of course, with that trade price. Of course, for good reason, how it's all mentioned, basically. But yes. But yeah, it's definitely over $1 million on it by now. And how do you get the trade price for this, by the way? And yeah, I didn't remember per se on the. I don't necessarily remember the most on the trade price, by the way, on the Jubilee, which is why I'm not mentioning it, by the way. But by the way, for that trade price, but still. Because there's like tons of things to do for contract, I think. So like, yeah, it doesn't really come to mind on that one, by the way. But by the way, yeah, this one is rank 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75. One of those ranks for every 5 ranks or something. One of those is the trade price for the full car winner HKR. For the LS car meet reputation system, which is that reputation system that was in the car meet that kind of was in earlier, obviously, to go over the prize ride. to go to the prize ride, all that other kind of stuff, really. Yes, goddamn fuck SD, fuck its body, DDD. We had to go over some of that, basically. Fucking. What's it called? What's it called? Yeah, it was that LS car meet reputation thing, basically, that I would have been seeing when I was going over stuff like the prize ride and stuff, basically. But yeah, for street races, pursuit races, to be honest, this one's like the worst performing one that was from the initial Los Santos Juniors DLC batch. Before there was the Kanjo SJ and the Postlude, and that were kind of even worse than that, perhaps. So it's like one of the third worst ones you could use in like the different race types, I believe, for like the street race, pursuit races. I think the only non-sports car that's kind of even that possibly good in this kind of races is Dominator ASP, I think. And then even any of the Tailgater S or whatever. That was for the tuner version of the Tailgater, basically the Tailgater S whatever. Is basically just a better sedan tuner anyways in this one. For the 2 different sedan tuners in the game, basically. So yeah, don't use it for the street pursuit races and in robbery contracts. You can use pretty much anything really for a robbery contract. There's definitely a lot better options like the Just RR wide body might even be an option to use for all I know for those, since it's for the newer version with the Just RR with the wide body kit, Asian Sabotage DLC, technically a tuner subclass vehicle apparently. Yes. But really, anything you can use it for is a better option. I only have one for the unique classing, of it being the sedan classing, so I do actually own one, I think, and it's just because it's one of 2 that of the sedan class that's not a sport car, since there's not that many that aren't sport cars, so of course I have it, for sure. Yeah, I kind of been convinced, or kind of mixed on if I want to go for performance on this one or not. It's so trash. I mean, it's only in the sedan subclassing, or full class of sedan, which is not anywhere near as bad as being part of the sport one with how many vehicles is there, so sure, I guess. We had a Warner HKR, the one that's actually on discount here, not to be confused with the one in the showroom, is in the E tier, apparently, according to Profit 152's vehicle spreadsheet for sedan classing, which gives it a 19th place, apparently, for lap time. And it even then gets a 22nd place for top speed. And for sedans, it looks like there's 2 of them in total. Or, no, I was looking at non-raceable if I said 2, my bad. I meant 39 in total. There's 39 sedans. And sedan also, by the way, does not have HSW at all in the class, so its performance will be the same for any platform that I mentioned. So it's 19th place again and 22nd place, which barely puts it above average for the whole class. Just barely, literally. And it's below average for the class for top speed. So it's not that amazing, really, to be honest. I only have it for the more unique class myself, personally, for just tuner subclass. Whatever. Anything else for two-door, I wonder? Yes, indeed. BF Club, which is for the compact class, actually, which is a pretty niche class, being more niche class than sedans, I'm pretty sure, given that sedans doesn't have HSW. Even though this class is niche, it does have a single HSW vehicle with the Brioso RA. HSW that I think I mentioned earlier, basically. But yes. So the BF Club, 30% off goes from 1,280,000 over to 896,000. Almost $400,000 off. So what, fucking 300, like $84,000 off, it seems. Okay. Yeah, this one's actually at the top of its class, pretty much. That's not HSW, I'm pretty sure. Yes, indeed. Fuck, it's hernia body, though, come on. SSSD. But yeah, it is the second vehicle that's S tier, basically, for the compacts class. Only one that's not a HSW for S tier as well. With the one above it, of course, being a singular HSW vehicle again, after so RA HSW. And that one has first place for both stats, which means this one has second place actually for both stats, actually. Believe it or not, being second place for lap time and second place top speed. Wait, this was a Driffy, not Driffy vehicle, it didn't actually have Driffy for Los Santos Summer Special DLC. But yeah, fucking. Yeah, Los Santos Summer Special DLC, whatever, fucking. But all vehicles were at launch there because there was no trip feed for that one, which was weird at the time, but yeah. There's speculation there's supposed to be another update there instead or something for why. To not delve into it too much, obviously, Zach's only slipped up, said something about that all there. What I mean to say is it appears in Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, I think, as a retro nostalgic vehicle. Basically. So it is pretty iconic from San Andreas, I would say. I would say. But again, second place lifetime, second place top speed, just beneath the HSW versus RA, which means it is the best performance compact in the whole game for legacy platforms or PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC legacy. It's actually the best for the class for compacts. So 30% off it is pretty good if you have any interest at all of doing the niche compact class races. But yeah, I don't assume those are that popular. Unfortunately, but if you ever do compact races, it is a good vehicle to pick up, especially if HSW is disabled on a compact race for some reason, and it's a good backup one to have if you can't use your Briss or HSW in certain cases on 9th gen, basically. So it's a pretty good vehicle in lots of different ways, basically. What that was it for a two-door? Alright, I'm going to four-door. That's apparently the Dinka Sugoi, apparently. Yeah, Club did not have a trade price, surely. This one does, though, and it's Domicino Resort Heist or something, so it's surely going to be tied to Domicino Heist. Yeah, and I don't have it yet, so I can actually pretty much show it off and stuff for the different prices and whatnot. Yes, this one does require you doing the Domicino Heist. You have to complete it as a leader with the vehicle selected. Yeah, it's quite literally as it describes, just select it. You don't even have to use it. You don't even have to drive it in the heist finale at all as a getaway vehicle. You just have to literally select it. So you can literally just go in a police car, whatever you usually do in your Domicino Heist finales, and get the trade price if you don't yet have it. But yeah, buy it now. Apparently it's $1,224,000 for basic price on 30% and $6,800. And trade price is apparently $918,000 was like on trade price. Put into 6-digit guaranteed if you have that trade price, which actually puts it to $642,600 if you had the trade price on the 30% off discount. Which is almost $300,000 off. But yes. Yeah, it is a four-door sports car, which is not the most common thing, so that's kind of cool. Definitely. But honestly, it kind of ends there because I don't recall this performing good like at all. Pretty much. But yes. To go over the prices of it, basically, or not prices. I already went over prices, obviously, but to go over performances of it. I mean, basically. Yeah, the Sugoi is apparently at the top of the L tier, which for the sports class, obviously, which gives it 101st place for lap time. That's literally a triple-digit lap time. That's terrible. And then it's 70th for top speed. Yeah, no matter how you slice, even if you take away the HSW vehicle and stuff, that's below average for both of those performances. That's just garbage as fuck. Not a vehicle to really buy much, in my opinion. So yes, probably a vehicle to skip on unless you just want to collect like all the different four-door sports cars, which there might not necessarily be that many of those. So it just does not perform that good, unfortunately. Okay, it did debut in Casino Heist. I wasn't sure if it's Resort Heist, but it was Heist, so it makes sense. It did have a trade price tied to Casino Heist then, and then Alright, then, and then that's actually a luxury, even though it's an offer classically for this last one. And yeah, I think I was in the earlier, yeah, wasn't I? I forget. I'm going one showing the Gringer for 600 LX on the website. Actually, after it was at luxury auto, was right. I was on there, right. But yeah, it's an off-road vehicle for off-road class, so I'm kind of a little surprised it's not there. But it's counted as a luxury, probably because it looks kind of luxurious in a way, I guess. Is this something ice? Yeah. Yes. So it might have a trade price tied to the heist as well, like the Sugoi, not 100%. Yes. So it has $1,106,250, possibly on a trade price, if there is one, of course, $774,375, which is maybe over 325-ish thousand, it seems, on savings there. Okay. But yes, indeed. Yeah, it is in fact priority offer class. It is apparently at the bottom of the F tier according to Profit1322's vehicle spreadsheet for the offer class, which puts it 21st place for a lap time. Or no, my bad, I might have been looking at the wrong one. That's 22nd place for a lap time and 13th place for top speed, which means it would be like 20 FPS and like 11 FPS, I believe, if you take away the 2 HSW options on the legacy platforms. In terms of like the 47 raceable off-road vehicles, that is above average for both performances, technically, even if it's just barely for special lap time. And then if you put all of the off-road vehicles there, it actually looks not the worst, like at all, so. But yeah, yes. Its top speed, to be fair, is just barely out of top 10. It's not the worst there at all, I would say, definitely. But really, I don't know if this is one I'd necessarily suggest too much going out the way to obtain or anything. It is a 6-digit price, at least on a discount, but yeah. For a lot more of a useful ever in, ever on, there's the hot ring ever on, whatever on that one. Which is the one you can use for like the hot ring races, for the sports class, basically. But yeah, that's pretty much it for the discounts, apparently, on the vehicles particularly. So only discounts remaining at this rate would be the gun van discounts. So stash house, I guess I'll go to next year. Where's my stash house, actually? Oh yeah, right over here. Or over there, apparently. See if I can somehow get this going there. Yeah, once I get through that, I wouldn't necessarily mind switching over to the S95, whatever. Hop the light. Broke, basically. Damn. Oh shit. Alright, should be able to take off on this desert section, or like off-road section, basically. Not desert section per se, but still. Seems it's smoking on the left. Damn it. See if I can somehow do this somehow. Yeah, I've been going somewhere here really good. So that seems to be quite literally where it is. There's a lot of hill area over here, which could work out well, for all I know. For all I know. Yeah, wow, looks like that one already stopped working on the left. Then, might have accidentally hit something kind of hard though when I was getting out though, or something. So I could kind of check out, I guess, with the search engine mechanics of the game, basically.
You and me could have some real fun.
Okay. Alright, I'll Strickler, just because I really like the Strickler. Otherwise, would go to Assault Shotgun like I used to.
Go fuck yourself.
Where you gonna go?
You're full of crap.
Die! It's over! Asshole! Somebody cover, Holmes! Vamos por mí!
Yeah, 5291, basically. Okay. Went over with the analog, unfortunately. Go 2 works pretty well with the analog, actually. Oh, I only ran 91 with the analog. Let's go. Alright, so my prediction is either bunker or all businesses might somehow be full now. Because, like, I've only been getting bunker, I feel, in the last few times. So that's, if anything, what I'll probably be getting. Alright, and then after that, fly over to docks, basically, because that's where the HSW time trial is. This is... Come on! This fucking car! Really? Almost got killed there because of that fuck. Almost could've got killed there because of that fucker. Yeah, come on, stupid engines work better, damn it. At least this thing's pretty much done with after this anyways, if this engine does go out. Alright. Insane takeoff here, perhaps. Let's shine our stall already. Let's see what the second engine is. Bunker again. Yep. Again, that's the only thing I've been getting for a while. So I'm assuming everything's full aside from bunker, then I've only been getting like quite a bunch of times. Because that's not usual at all, for sure. Well, of course, it's only getting left, obviously. As in this match, missed me where I land just in the area, kinda. Of course, it would have been good to try to get more towards the time draw, maybe, than actually in here, but I mean, the docks is pretty open area for the other area. For the other areas have been landing and shit, and obviously. Except not in a case like this, maybe. Stupid car, move. Fucking idiot, this fucker. Yeah, let's plow through this fucking shit, come on. And I think it's completely stalled now. Fucking wonderful.
It's on, chump.
Since they got fully destroyed, but I'm not entirely sure, honestly. There it goes. I apparently called it, apparently.
Morse Mutual. How can I be of service?
God, bro. Stupid truck
I think
ruined
we can
that for
handle
me.
that.
Like, are you kidding me? I could have actually got it here if it weren't for that shit. Like, actually. Alright, so I don't think I saw the gunman at all, so talk about the gunman for the weapon wheel. So, of course, like per usual, El Stricker is still looking at the gun van. It's the one gun van exclusive weapon that's not really left a single time yet. As a reminder, it is free for Plus members, particularly. But yes. It has a scope to, which is kind of worth mentioning because not a lot of the weapons recent versus our rifle classes it has a scope, like Service Carbine, for example. Maybe before this might have been like all the way back with Heavy Rifle it had a scope. Possibly. But yeah. Has 10 extra meters of lock-on range, 5 or 10 meters extra lock-on range compared to every other assault rifle in the game, so that's very good. Could be the difference in a player versus player, especially combat situation. And maybe could even be helpful for player versus enemy content as well, for all I know. Has tracer rounds, and also has like the regular amount of ammo as well, in addition to tracers. Unlike the Mark II tracer weapons that have like only a couple hundred rounds, like 300 to 400 or something like most. And even then, those only activate every third shot, whereas this one always does a tracer round, so it's quite a huge difference on the tracer round ammo compared to the Mark IIs, even in like only good ways, basically. And then it does have a unique blue flashlight, which is cool, and the slightest, I guess. Besides that, the only real downside much I can think of on this one is it's not got... What's it called? Oh yeah, it doesn't have a suppressor basically, so you can't really use it for stealth missions, unfortunately, but still. That's nowhere near the biggest deal, I would say, really. So do not use this on a stealth mission because there's no suppressor for it. Now, I might be going over this in a pretty particular order, by the way, because there's actually a lot of stuff going on with the gunman this time, as I kind of made clear in the main menu with the 2 free weapons of the compact grenade launcher and the RPG. Yeah, the most normal one going on for like a basic weapon kind of seems to be the tackle SMG. Basically the best drop-by weapon of the game for most vehicles that don't allow for like special drop-by weapons like motorcycles, boats, like I've been saying earlier. Something like the Moonbeam, like the side seats and that, like Phantom Wedge, a bunch of helicopters that allow to use like snipers, rifles, like rocket launchers and stuff. For vehicles with some of the most restrictive or some of the most like normal like drop-by situations, it's usually your best drop-by weapon, so very good pick up here on the tackle SMG. And then the pipe wrench is one of the other more normal circumstances this time. What the hell? I'm getting called. What the fuck? Oh my god. Bruh. Like, it's only free fucking 39 and I have to go at like 5:30? Fucking... I have time, bro. Like, fucking Jesus for the dentist appointment. That's wondering why the fuck I was hearing like a phone going off. I was like, there's no sound like that in the game. And I had to have my phone on silence, I guess, from when I was playing the game on there. Hold on. Answers. Like, bruh. Yeah, wake me up at 3 to 4 for a 5:30 dentist appointment, 5:30 p.m. dentist appointment. Like, bruh. Bruh, why the fuck? I don't need 2 whole hours, bro. Sheesh. Fucking hell, bro. Fucking hell, bro. Hate people that have to be early as shit with fucking everything, bro. I got all kinds of diseased people be around for some reason. Yeah, tackle SMG, one of the best drop-by weapons in most cases to be using. Unless there's like special. Certain drop-by weapons you can use, again, motorcycle bow, like moonbeam, side seats, like the side doors, like phantom wedge, or helicopters, etc. Or maybe not a lot of helicopters, but certain ones, you know, at least. Etc. It's a very top tier, S tier drop-by weapon. But yeah, then I was going over to pipe wrench actually before I was distracted. I was going to. Right. But I think it released during Bikers DLC is the really most significant thing about it. So you'll probably be able to use it for like a biker melee weapon, pretty much. The biker melee really is probably the strongest thing going for that, really. And then everything else is on some kind of discount, basically, for the gun van from there, basically. That's why I went over to melee weapons so soon. But yeah, 30% off of the stun gun, apparently, is a thing right now. Yeah, there's no condition for this discount whatsoever. It's the basic discount for the event. That's not a free weapon like the compact EMP launcher in RPG. Or no, not the EMP, but the grenade launcher, compact grenade launcher in the RPG. I was just talking about that earlier for the agency, so I got confused, I think. Again, you can actually get this at the agency, so it's not exclusive to the gun vans. There's no urgent need to get it, for sure. But still, it's 30% right now for discount, so if you don't have one, it's pretty good to get. And for that, to explain how good that is, again, I kind of mentioned already by wording it, by saying it. But yeah, survivals. Tier 4 is actually really useful for Tier 4 survivals. I managed not only complete 10 waves in survival mode playing solo, but also reach wave 16 point endless waves. But also, yes, reach wave 16 point endless waves. I did manage that solo with the stun gun as a huge part of it. What I would do is I would play on a nuclear silo survival map. There's like some interior sections if you can like hide in there with like red doors. It takes a while, but I waited like 6 to 8 hours or something crazy like that, I think, for 16 waves of enemies worth. I would just camp in there the whole time, and I would just stun gun the hell out of the... I'd do my one use of the stun gun every once in a while on the, like, juggernauts, basically. And that allowed me 16 waves in this waves. That allowed me... That did, yes, allow me reach Way 16 Endless Ways entirely solo. Albeit it took like 6 to 8 hours, but it still worked out. Reason I want a nuclear style map is because the helicopters do not spawn on that, of course being an interior, so you just have the juggernauts only to deal with, which makes it a lot easier to deal with the nuclear style survival map compared to the rest, for the most part. Yes, that is indeed the case. And yeah, I was being serious about that, even though, of course, my hernia is going off being a bitch and shit. And then, of course, yeah, $1 bounties obviously is useful for that too, like I was saying before. As an example, not rank 2, but tier 2 of it does get you that finish for it as well, to prove that, basically. So everyone over tackle SMG, so it's on to the plus discount for the event, which is the service carbine. So it looks like that is the plus discount for 40% off, which requires the subscription. Very good assault rifle. Actually, it's a pretty good assault rifle. Black has turning a body. Come on. But yes. Very good assault rifle, arguably the best assault rifle that released lately aside for the Strickler, so basically it's the best latest release for the assault rifle class for the PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC legacy, since the Strickler is not on those platforms. It's definitely very good. Just to look at that insane red fire compared to the next one, like before, the heavy rifle. Yeah, you can just tell with the stat of the fire rate, that's really damn good, I feel. And even the accuracy is a really good stat too, apparently on that one. Now in game stats aren't always like the most truthful thing, or like just seeing it on a bar doesn't necessarily say absolutely everything on paper, but trust me, it's really good. So it is basically the best assault rifle to use in general, and that's not the L-Stripper. Like I said, on body everything. Come on. But yes, that's indeed. Yeah, service carbine very much is the best assault rifle. That's not the L-Stripper, basically. For Mark 1, not Mark 2, of course, at least. Not really counting Mark 2 weapons there, though, by the way. I think I already spoke of the compact grenade launcher and the RPG, obviously, because of the main menu. But to reiterate, I guess. Again, compact grenade launcher, you can use it on a boat or motorcycle. Especially on a motorcycle, that's really useful. Since on a boat, it's probably very limited use there. Which is the main good use for it, really. It's just to transport, like, the convenience you get out of that, basically. You want to actually use it on a vehicle. Compared to the traditional grenade launcher. That you can only use with your bare... That you can only use with your bare hands, of course. And the RPG... Basic explosive... kind of like heavy weapon that's fully handheld and whatnot. And yeah, it's obviously not the homing one, it's the like traditional one like I pretty much mentioned already. Again, some cases it does more damage than the homing launcher. In a lot of cases even, as long as you can aim your shot with it, of course, just the main downside is you have to be able to aim it, obviously, to get that increase in damage. Whereas homing is a lot more reliable with hitting, but it does less damage in a lot of cases, too. Unless maybe it's like one of those, like, electric and mining tech vehicles where there's like patrol tank mechanic where they both do the same damage, there's no increase for the RPG or something. Alright, and then it's just onto the throwables from here. Which all those are just on a 30% off discount. Maybe all throwables, even excluding like the gun van ones, you might be able to get other throwables 30% off. I'm not really too sure actually though. Might just be the gun van ones though. Not 100%. But yeah. Your basic explosive throwable grenade is a 30% off. Tear gas or like room clearing like throwables 30% off. And then the Molotovs are 30% off as well. Again, I don't remember using like 19 of these, but okay. Okay. But yeah, these you can only buy at the gun van, which is also kind of cool. Otherwise, you have to find them kind of randomly or something. Otherwise, yeah, you have to kind of find them randomly or like. However else you get them, basically like at the bunker, for example, like that spawn location, at your like shooting range. Alright, then stats for that, it's just armor, obviously from there for the gun van, which also apparently is 30% off for the event, so just also 30% off. Fuck that, starting your phone shit, come on. But yes. Armor is also 30% off, at least for the gun van, it is. So yeah, that was it basically for the event stuff, so it's just gonna be me doing HSW time trial basically for the last like few minutes or something basically, yeah. Whoa, my plane just blew up. What the hell? What the shit, I wasn't expecting that to happen, some vehicle run into that shit, or what the hell, suddenly, I don't know why I just blew up there randomly, but okay. Sheesh, though. Like, I want level 4, of course. Sheesh. Okay, that was pretty fun. That was actually pretty fun, not gonna lie. Alright, so... yeah, pretty sure I'm like carrying us in that box still. RHT was also not that long ago for me.
I'm Johnny on the spot. I'll hook you up.
For the one I did before that, really.
I'll bring it by.
See if I can just lose him in here or something. Oh, not gonna happen. So is it? Is it? Maybe we'll though, hopefully. Good. Didn't have to call off. Didn't have to call him off a bust or whatever. Jeez, my teeth made weird noises. Whatever. That's just NPC, yeah. I was about to say. Seem like a popo.
It should be fine.
Yeah, I just want to make sure this is the right vehicle that I need to use. Obviously here.
Dogs allowed on the
See,
beach.
obviously here.
Can't remember. Well, luckily I have a good base stand, right?
So check my notepad for that stuff I'm documenting for my HSW time trial vehicles that I've used so far. Yes, I'm still on the Curious 5. I am very much on the Curious 5 still. Oh yeah, $1,000 was probably from the stash house. I don't think I did that yet, apparently. Alright, 60,127,544, okay. And right, first time, yeah. Back ass hernia, body and everything, what the hell, what the hell. Yes, goddamn fuck ass dude. First time I have to set the GPS route, right. Okay, that should be good. Because again, I don't want to do exactly on the yellow, because going on right on the yellow is not a good route. What is a good route is going like to the west, like going to like the west, like left of it, basically. So it gets onto the highway to get the increase in top speed, which HSW prioritizes top speed, so obviously it makes sense to do that instead of going cross country. Makes it a lot more manageable for sure, because then it gets kind of almost as annoying as the final one in a way. Except like the opposite way around, obviously. So I should only be able to do it first try, because I have to go kind of ish in like an hour and a half ish or so, I think. Move! Oh my god, it kind of steered in a certain way, I don't know. That or like the vehicles are so close and everything are crazy, it got me moving in the wrong way compared to what I thought I would be doing. Something like that, whatever. Why did that happen? I swear that was definitely some weird steering thing though, for sure. Wasn't sure about the other thing though. No. Still. Right. Yeah, tried that, obviously. Yes, obviously. Yeah, actually, if I remember right though on this one, Arbor GT actually didn't manage this one on stream, but I did do it off stream and I eventually managed it. But yeah, Arbor GT was a bitch anyways, I didn't really care, honestly. But I did eventually manage to do it off stream if I didn't get to do it on stream for that attempt. Yeah, GTA 6 trailer definitely ties shit, by the way. I didn't want to necessarily say much on it. Took away from 5 on 9, of course. Besides for the Kara 4x4 being, I guess, but still. This hype scene stuff about the game again, and a lot of stuff they being kind of. Yeah, sorry if the video didn't turn out great. My hernia and shit was obviously being a hella bitch there, even worse than this stream, even arguably. Literally just like It's not even allowed to speak for shit much, I feel. And if I was, it was like clearly slow as shit and shit. And like, shit. But I got 10 views at least for that streaming. I did the stream format because like I had the website and the trailer to do, and like yeah, with the way I recorded, I don't think I really could have done it much better unless I wanted to like hella edit it or something. Oh, here's the here. That is the gun van apparently. Okay. I don't know if I'll go down and just show all that stuff afterwards since I already talked about them, but maybe I will. Maybe I will. Alright, making very good time on this time trial. That's awesome. Given an adjustment of route, I do on this constantly. I usually do make a good time on it if it's a good vehicle to drive at least. Unlike the last one, the RGT, just where I kind of need all that extra time to do. Alright, didn't even get in red there. Let's go. Number 254,000 over to 60,381,544 apparently. Yeah, sure, I guess I'll check the gun van, I guess, since I found it on the way. Fuck ass hernia, bro. Come on, or whatever the fuck, whatever the fuck. I probably won't spend much time there, obviously, since I already went over the weapon wheel, since I didn't expect to find it, obviously. But still.
That one's
Yeah,
new.
again, it was all
Just hit the
Strickler,
market.
free for
That's
Plus
new stock.
members.
Fresh out of the box.
Stun gun, which is 30% off in general, so you can PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC, Legacy platforms, you can get that discount. Full price for tackle SMG though.
Not an issue. In fact, I prefer it that way.
Service car line, I think I said was 40%, but for Plus only for the subscriptions. It requires a PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, PC enhanced. Free compact grenade launcher and RPG, of course. Being free, I could sit on the main menu.
What do you think?
Like,
Do it once, do it right, right?
Yes, indeed. And then, yeah, the pipe wrench is full price, like the tackle SMG. 30% off of these, then might as well get these
keep
again.
these in stock
30%
for
off
you.
as well, especially.
Yeah, that'll hurt.
Alright, so got the full backup on that at least. And yeah, armor 310 for that's definitely not usual, so it is definitely 30% off, it seems.
Awesome. Thanks.
Alright. Yeah, sorry my hernia, whatever the fuck else is being weird, going off crazy, suddenly random and shit. Yeah, it's fine gonna be it for this stream now. Next stream, surely G-Town on stream, and once I do more streams or something, if I do plan on doing more stuff for celebrating the 6th trailer too and stuff, and having a true date, I guess, technically, for now. Stream doesn't get delayed from that even, for when 6 comes out. If anything, that's more towards videos. I'd probably put more effort towards, not necessarily streams per se. I think I do fine with the amount of streams I do, honestly, not necessarily videos, of course, on the other hand, but yes. So maybe I do more video stuff or something, who knows. If this hernia shit fucking lets me, of course. Yes, it's probably gonna be it for this stream now, I think. Alright, good, it was still alive the whole time, no problem, good. Yes. Truly, finally. Be it for this stream though. Hope you enjoyed.